Oh, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on when you're watching this event and if it's live or pre-recorded, or should I say playback? That's what I meant. The replays. A very, very busy day again today, a full day of events. Today we have got, let me just drag my special running order over. So we've got quite a few sessions today. First up will be Miguel Angel Moreno, and he will be doing a Mastering XML session, the most robust data exchange format in the world, and it's absolutely true. We did talk about JSON the other day with Roger Swan, actually, and the differences between that. But Mastering XML. Following that is a great session by Maxim. I'm going to try and say his name properly. I apologize, Maxim. I should have practiced this. Maxim Pashukin, or Pasuk. Yeah, from Softicom, and he will be doing a session on mobile apps development using Delphi, which is dead easy, very, very simple. Click, 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 and you can create iOS apps, Android apps, and all sorts of other things as well. Couldn't be easier. That's the whole real major benefit of Rad Studio, is how simple it is. Maxim's going to show you how. And then following that, we've got a client server made easy with a socket messaging library. This is a recorded session by Patrick Prematam. Patrick won't be joining us live, but the other two preceding sessions will. Patrick will be answering questions. Salut, Patrick. He's always in the chat. He's been in there all week. And I saw him earlier on Twitch as well. He streams on Twitch, and I'll put that up when he comes up. But he'll be answering questions live, but in the chat. He's not confident with his English, and I'm not confident with my French either, so there you go. And after that, a great session by Marco Heiser. It is Delphi and OpenAI, a blessing or a curse. This is a redoing of a session that was done previously for, I think, Python Camp or something like that. May have been another session, but it was just so amazing. I actually contacted Marco and said, look, that was such a great session. Please can we have it again, and can you redo it for this session? And he's done a new version of it. Absolutely brilliant session, all about AI and adding it to Rad Studio, which is very interesting. Then after that, Jeff Harris and Elvin Bacastion. I know these guys very well. They talk to me all the time on Telegraph because, you know, why not? I have all sorts of ways of being contacted. And this is Nexus DB, 20 years and still the best DBMS choice with Delphi and C++ Builder. I know because they've updated me continually. This is a really great in-depth session from two guys that are really, really smart. The Nexus DB guys are quite amazing. And then finally, we will be doing the stable diffusion session by Eli Mapstead from FMX Express. Eli's an expert on AI, and this is the topic du jour, shall we say, AI around the world. And we've tried to not make everything about AI, but actually it's a very important theme. So this session, Stable Diffusion, open source cross-platform desktop client, and Eli's demonstrations are mind-blowing. Really, he makes it look so easy, and yet it's so powerful, the things he can add. So definitely stick around for that. So we will be here live all day in the chat window, which may be that way or that way, depending on whether you're watching on Twitch, LinkedIn, Facebook Live, and about 3 or 4 YouTube channels and various other things as well. And yes, Martha's saying Patrick won't be live. Yes, I know that. He will actually be chatting live, but not appearing. And lots of good feedback about this code camp. So I'm really grateful to you. You always ask me the same questions. I'm just going to spend a minute talking about that. The number one question we get asked is, if I miss this, will I be able to catch it later? Yes, every single session for every single day this week has been recorded and will be put up as a replay. If you're not sure about how to go about that, if you scan this little, where is it? There you go. Producer Martha did it for me. If you scan this QR code there, and it's day 4 and I'm almost getting it right, scan that QR code, go to there and register for the Code Camp if you're not already registered. You will automatically get an email listing you of all the sessions that are available and all the replays. Also, throughout the day, There you go. Throughout the day, these QR codes will appear, so scan them because there'll be things like the special offer for Rad Studio, go to learndelphi.tv, and also I try to put the presenters, the webinar presenters websites or slides or whatever in this QR code as well, and you'll get streamed, like a ticker going across the bottom as well with details as well. But definitely, if you can, if you haven't done it already, please register because it's very important. You will get all the replays automatically, and someone scan the QR code because it tells us, we get feedback as well. Anyway, I don't want to take up any more of Miguel's time. He is live and he's joining us now. Good luck, Miguel. You're flying live. I always say don't do that. So good morning, Miguel.
Hello.
Hello. I think Martha, I think we're waiting for Martha to make it. There you go. You're live. Okay.
Okay. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello.
We can hear you. Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you fine.
Okay. All right. Then I'm
okay.
Good to go. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Miguel Moreno. I'm here to present to you Mastering XML with Delphi. I've done some similar presentation in the past, but it was only focusing on XML mapper. This time, the Coding Bootcamp is more like a one-on-one sessions to get starting developers or anyone that is not fully familiar with Delphi and they don't actually know how to do certain things. So this is more like a basic introduction. How to actually master XML with Delphi or Delphi. My name, Miguel Angel Moreno. I'm an electrical engineer and software developer. My main focus is on embedded and IoT and end solutions with both hardware and software, the full ecosystem of the IoT devices. And this is the agenda for today. Mastering XML with Delphi. What is XML? Then we have JSON. Why bother about XML? Then I will show you the information standards based mainly on XML nowadays. How can Delphi help you to process XML documents? Then some XML libraries and XML frameworks and tools. And then a lot of hands-on coding to show you how to actually do it in Delphi. First, a little theory for those that are not pretty familiar with it. Almost every single developer nowadays is very familiar with JSON. But some, especially the younger generation, they bypass or totally skipped XML. No wonder, is because nowadays all REST services are mainly driven by JSON. That doesn't mean you cannot use XML. The actual payload of a web service can be anything, and XML is one of them. But what made REST services pretty popular is that by using JSON, the thing gets fairly simplified and you don't need to deal with some of the complexities of XML. But XML is still out there. So it's a software and hardware independent tool for storing and transporting data. It stands for Extensible Markup Language. Now, XML is the same technology that is behind HTML. So HTML, the standard used for rendering web pages, is actually XML, only it's a custom version with very specific keywords. XML overall was designed to store and transport data. That is the main reason why HTML uses XML as a foundation. And XML was designed also to be very self-descriptive. You can see here on this sample on the right-hand side of this slide, a snippet of an XML. You see node, which is an element, and then the tagged elements. What you see there, tool, tool, /tool, is an element in XML, and it contains a piece of data. Think of these as fields. So in XML, you have container elements, in this case, node, and then you have the actual field elements, the ones that contain the data, the fields themselves. So to, from, heading, and body here are fields. Let's think of them as field elements, although they have a very specific notation. The difference between XML and HTML, again, is they have different goals. Even the technical foundation is the same. The goals are different. XML is designed to carry data, and HTML it was designed to display data. That's why it's used for web pages. The XML tags are not predefined. So XML is just a standard on how to structure the document, but HTML goes a little bit forward and defines specific tags. The foundation for knowing what's an XML file is it's a tree, structured data in form of a tree. You always have a root element, like in this sample that I'm showing you, a bookstore element, a bookstore sample of an XML file. So you will have one single master node at the very top. Is the grandparent of everything, or the root element. And then from there, you start have child nodes below it, child elements. And then it's unlimited. How many you can have on the next level is unlimited, and how many levels you can go deep is also unlimited. That's why XML makes it very flexible for like dynamic kind of data where you don't know exactly how deep you can go with the levels below the parent node. Then XML is for you. Let me do a bit explanation here. This tree node shown on your left-hand side is represented by the actual XML file on the right-hand side. So there's always a header that tells you the specific version of XML and encoding. This is very critical, especially for the software, to know what is the actual encoding. Nowadays, you can say that 99.9999 of the times it will be encoded in UTF-8, which is the nowadays standard, de facto standard for any web service out there. So just bear in mind that when you are uploading a raw XML file, just make sure that your editor is enabled to recognize UTF-8, because UTF-8 it doesn't have a BOM, beginning of mark field signature. UTF-16 usually they do, but UTF don't. So anyhow, so you can see on the right-hand side the actual XML file. Now, some of the nodes like category are repeating. So you have the structure defined on the left-hand side, but how many times you can repeat them is unlimited, up to a point. As I said with you, if we have JSON, why we should bother about XML? Let's just go ahead with what we are familiar with, and especially Red Studio has a lot of components that support very neatly using REST services and JSON. We have the REST debugger, which is a pretty neat and very nice tool for testing web services in JSON. So why bother? Number one is both are used in web development. You may not see it, but XML is still out there. And both are also used to separate data from presentation. So they are not like HTML. They are for carrying data. So XML and JSON coexist in the web services domain for carrying data. So JSON, as I explained, is mainly ruling on modern REST web development, where you have a single endpoints, and the endpoints usually transfer the documents using JSON. But XML rules in slightly older standards called SOAP. SOAP web services are a bit more complex than REST. The one reason the REST services took off so fast and they are so popular nowadays is because you don't need any hard preparation in advance to make it work. You just dump your JSON data in your web service, either when you're doing the put or get, and that's it. You just expect the client software to receive that JSON payload and then process it accordingly. But if you think about it strictly, there's really no thorough validation or enforcement of any rule. Actually, it's totally free and open. But XML has some built-in rules which make it more robust and make it more appropriate for enterprise corporate level data transfer, where you do need data validation. You do need some kind of data rules, and to make sure that the data being transferred in enterprise software complies with some definitions. These are the standards that are based mainly on XML. So these standards, when you are using web services with any of these standards, you don't use REST. You may, but actually if you're connecting to an enterprise endpoint or to a government endpoint, you will get XML. Even if you try to send JSON, what you will be getting out of those web services will be XML, surrounded in an envelope called SOAP. SOAP is just another structure to surround the payload of XML. So these electronic data interchange standards is ANSI X12, which is predominant in North America. You have UN EDIFACT, which is predominant everywhere else except in North America. You also have GS1 EDI. It's a standard used globally, especially for supply chain, mainly for sending invoicing, shipping orders, advance notice, all those kind of things for the logistics staff and the supply chain. And there's something that has been taking off very, very fast in the last 10 years, which is electronic invoicing. It started in selected countries around 2010. And surprisingly enough, the key leaders here for electronic invoicing is not the US. They are not enforcing it anywhere soon yet. Europe just started to put some deadlines. 2018 was a deadline for European invoicing, and then it has been started to be enforced starting 2020. But it's Latin America, the region of the world that has the lead right now. Almost all Latin American countries nowadays already enforced electronic invoicing. And that's because electronic invoicing makes it much easier for the governments to control the invoices and avoid fake invoicing and fake duplicates. This is just a quick picture of how the invoicing is right now. You can see that all those blue countries in blue, either are in the process to implement it or have gone 100% into it. And the red ones is they already set a goal, but they haven't started yet. And then the gray ones, they are totally out of the loop of electronic invoicing. You can see that more than half of the world is already embracing electronic invoicing. Now, how can Delphi help us to process these XML documents? We have these XML libraries built in. Number one, and the predominant one, the key one you might be using is the XML document. There's another one that you need to download separately, which is OXML. There's another one called OpenXML, and another one called nestlib.xml. These three ones are open source softwares, and they're pretty popular. If you browse or check on the forums for users that need to use XML, these three libraries are pretty popular. But still the key one, the top one, is the one built in with Delphi, which is XML document. I'll explain it further. And there is some frameworks. With frameworks, I try to say there's tools that help you process XML in a more specific manner. So not just open the XML file and read it and write it, but in more specific use cases. Delphi comes with two tools for this purpose. One of them is called the XML data binding. It's a wizard that helps you to create classes, so it saves you some time from having to manually parse through an XML file. And then you have XML Mapper, which is a specific tool to do transformation from XML files to datasets. And then in the datasets, you treat it like a normal dataset in your application. First of all, I need to make sure which features you have depends on your Delphi version. You can see here, I'm sorry I didn't put the header, but the columns you see on the right-hand side, the first column is for the Pro version of Delphi, and the next one is for the Enterprise version. So some of these tools may or may not be available on your Delphi software, depending on the version that you have. I'll start with the XML document object model, which is the key main one, the one that you will be using almost all of the time. I have here an XML document. It's a sample purchase order in XML. The first thing I need to show to you is to distinguish the elements. I did some brief explanation on the presentation, but here let me show you with the real life XML. Again, you have, let me just increase the zooming level so you can have a better view of it. The first line at the top is the header. The header tells you the XML version and the encoding. There's only one header. Next, you have the root. You have the root element. Let me collapse everything so you can see. You have one single root element always. You can see there's only one order being there, the one that I just collapsed. And under that one, I'll just do a simple collapsing so it's easier for you to see. On the next level, we have message header. Message header is a node. So these ones that have a tag, you can see that here you're highlighting order is a node. And this node, being the parent, encapsulates everything. The syntax of XML tells you that you open it with the angle brackets, then you have the name or the tag of the node. In this case, is the order tag. And to close it, you also have the angle brackets, but you need to the normal slash, the forward slash before the name. So this is the syntax for the ending. This is the start of the node, and this is the ending of the node. Everything between those two structures is the actual content of the node. So next, you have the first children node, which has the tag name of message header. So this node has a different syntax, which is also valid. It has all this content here. These are called attributes. So within a node, when you have the tagging name, you have the option that right next to the tagging name, define a property name and then the property value. So it's a key value pair in text where you define the name of the property, in this case, source, equals, and then enclosed in quoted text is Heide Firma. This is an attribute. This combination of key value pair is called an attribute in XML. Those are optional, can or cannot be. The order node here doesn't have any attribute. It's just the element, the node, the element node with nothing other than the children. Message header, which is the next node in the hierarchy, has all these attributes. All these attributes are key value pairs. And by definition, they always have to be, as shown here, even if they are a number, they must be quoted. That's per the XML standard. So everything follows this kind of syntax. The key or name of the attribute and the value of the attribute. And the way this is closing is with a backslash. When you do this, that means that the node ends here. So the node is defining its attributes and it ends here. So there's no more information. This node does not have any children. It only has attributes. All these attributes that you see here are inside this element node, message header. Since it's finished right here after the attributes, that means there's no more body or more content. That's it. Now we have next, you see in this same hierarchy, next you have order header, which is another node, and then you have order body. So at this very level, you can see that order, the parent node, has 3 children. It has message header with all these attributes. It has order header, and it has order body. Let's see what these ones have below it. You see now that order header has order 3 nodes inside it. And then order header is finished with the slash and the order header tag name. So this is the enclosing way to define a node. So that means that these 3 nodes here are children of order header. Then order body has these repeating nodes. Now, this is one of the key things about XML. You can have the same nodes repeating, which are very useful for specific cases, like when order body is defining, in this case, the line item numbers of an purchase order, then you can have more than one line item number. Then no problem. You just keep adding and adding nodes, as many as you need, to reflect the actual line item numbers. So the first thing that comes to our mind is this reflects some kind of records in a database. And yes, this is one of the specific use cases when you may want to transform an XML file into a dataset. If your XML file has a database-like kind of a structure, then you have a good reason to use a transformation from your XML to a database, which is similar to other tools that we have for JSON, by the way. JSON is also used to transfer sets of records from the web services. Okay, that's enough. Let me just expand the full body so you can see the full body of the document. So we had other header, which goes down below. Then this is another node, other reference. It has 2 children. And this node, you can see that here has some context. This text here between the starting tag and the ending tag, this is the actual body text of the element. So you can have elements like the other header and the other reference that only contain other elements. They are like a part of the structure. They are only middle persons in the structure. But at the very end, you will have some leaf element or text element, like here born, which have actual real data. And that data will be enclosed between the 2 tags, the start and ending tag. So the key thing to take here is no matter how complex your structure is in XML, all these only define some kind of hierarchy and labeling among all the nodes, but the only ones that carry some final field of data is number 1, either an attribute, like this one here, an attribute that has a key name and the value, then this is a definite piece of information being carried by the attribute. And the second piece of information you will find in an XML is the text body enclosed inside an element. These are clearly called text elements, which differentiate from just a raw element. If I say this is a raw element, it means it doesn't have data. It only contains other elements. But if I say I have a text element, text node element, it's like here born or B or D, they do have final data. Now, these are also called leaf nodes because these are the last level. These are like an endpoint node. These ones normally should not have children. Now, nothing stops from someone actually doing it, but normally the expectation is that element nodes with text are the final node elements, is the final one carrying some piece of data. Now, having said that, you can see here that all the data carried by this invoice structure. Let me reduce the file. What I'm showing you is how can you read this in Delphi. What we need finally is to have access to either these attributes or to the text nodes, which are actually carrying the data that we need to extract the data, the value, the actual payload out of the XML thing. So let me go back to Delphi, see what's the object element. What I explained to you right now is they call it the document object model, is that you should be expecting nodes that are part of the structure. They will never have actual text content. They will only contain other nodes that are part of the structure. And the ones that do have some field of information will be leaf nodes or text nodes, and they should never have a children. So that's expectation by the document object model. Let me go back to.
I'm sorry.
Go back to Delphi. Here I have an application. To make it simple to show you how this application works, I have embedded the form, the actual form. This unit in Delphi has embedded in string form the exact same XML file that I just showed to you. So just bear with me. That is to make it also work. Since this sample application, I made it for multi-platform to avoid problems or where to read the XML file from in your iPhone or your Android device. I just put it in an embedded form. That is exactly the same document that you just saw in my editor here. So this XML file is the same one that I'm embedding here with the name of a constant string. So that's the one I will be using for the sake of this presentation. I have this application, FMX, FireMonkey application, and what I'm using, the key component is this one. You can find it on your XML, and then you will find XML document. That's the key component that we are using here. XML document is an implementation of libraries to parse and read XML files with all these rules that I just showed to you. Now, there is one thing you need to be aware of. This component, in case of Windows, relies on the Windows system libraries for parsing XML. But if you're using a multi-platform application, then you need a library that is multi-platform. So here, DOM vendor means the document object model vendor of the actual library that is being used by this component in the background. The normal value is blank. When it's blank, it means that it uses this one, MS Windows. So typing MS XML or leaving it blank will always use the Microsoft Windows library. If you're on Windows, no problem, it will work. But if you're running a multi-platform application and you forget to change this one, at runtime you will get an error because it's trying to load the Microsoft libraries, which are not available on a multi-platform. So if you're using a multi-platform application, you need to switch to either Omni XML or ADOM XML. These two are cross-platform. They're available for all supported platforms by Delphi. You will say, why would I need to use the other ones? I can just put Omni XML all the time. Well, there's some trade-off on speed. If you're using some heavy loading of XML files, the Microsoft one is a bit faster than the other two, just because it's been there for so many years and it's been used for so many corporate enterprises that Microsoft has fine-tuned it extremely well. So, but that is only if you're doing some heavy stuff with XML, which normally is not the case. We're handling single documents and we're doing something that you can just bear with it. But just wanted to mention, why would you not decide to always use Omni XML and forget about that problem? There might be specific cases when you do need to use the Microsoft one, even if you have the others available. Anyhow, that is just the built-in library, the library that it would use in the background. So we use Omni XML with a multi-platform one. And I will step through the code on actual use cases, how you access the code. One thing I need to explain to you, there is a way to define an nth node in XML. That standard is called XPath. And XPath means, how do I describe this element that I'm highlighting here? Let's say I'm highlighting the born element here that has this piece of data. Here with this software that I'm showing, this editor helps me. Here at the bottom, if you can read it, let me just make it more readable for your screens. Okay. Here you have what it's called an XPath. An XPath is like think of it like the directory path on your computer. It's very similar. It defines all the levels above the specific element that you want to address. So it gives you unique full path of how to reach that element. So here you read it like order. We start with the slash, which means at the root level, then order, which is this one, then slash, then the next slash, then the next one is order header, because here I'm in this node. Don't be confused. I'm not on message header. I'm on order header. So that's the next element here. Then order reference, which is the next node. And then finally, I'm in born. So the XPath of this element is order slash order header slash order reference slash born. That is the XPath or XML path that points to this node. I'm putting in my application the XPath so you know what it is. Now, the convention is when the element that you're pointing to is an attribute, the XPath calls to put it with an at sign. So an at sign always means an attribute. So here, where am I pointing to? This path here is pointing to order message header at source. That means is order message header at source. So I'm pointing to this attribute with that XPath. So I'm trying to reach this piece of information from my Delphi app in the first field here. The second one, I'm defining another attribute right there also, order message header, document version date is this one. So that XPath order slash message header at document version date is pointing to this attribute, this specific one here. And finally, for this demonstration, another XPath, which is order header, order reference, born. That's exactly the one we were at a few minutes ago, this one. So it's order header, order reference, born. And I'm pointing to this element. So on XPath, keep in mind when you see the at sign, it means it's pointing to an attribute. When there is not an at sign, it's just a normal node element. And since this is the final one on the XPath, it is expected that that element is a leaf node. That means it has no children underneath it and always has some piece of information, just like this one. So that's the expectation. But maybe some software, some file that you receive may not be compliant, so you need to be aware and be prepared. And that's what I'm going to show you right now, because since XML is just a text file, it could be malformed or could be put manually by someone else, or the software has a bug, whatever. There's many reasons the XML file is not compliant. So don't assume that the XML file is perfect. This is one of the key things. And you may know this also by JSON. JSON can be tricked with or tampered with because of bugs in the software or a bad transmission, whatever. I'm going to run this application so you can see how I'm going to access these three nodes and what are the actual pitfalls when using the XML object document model by Delphi. I want to make sure that I'm running in debug mode so you can see how it goes. Okay, so here's the application, and I will do a load test. This one will be stepping line by line to show you how I'm making the access to each one of these three elements, XML elements and property attributes. So here I'm an entry point. The first thing I'm about to do is to actually load the XML document component, the one that you saw on this one here, which is the component that I just dropped there. That's my object that will contain the XML data. So I call the method load from XML. This method is to feed it from a string. And the string is the one that I showed you I have embedded here as a sample document. So that's the reason I'm using this method, load from XML. But if you are reading from a file, you have this other method, load from a file. And if you're reading from a stream, then you have this other method. Any of these three methods will load the actual data, and the document internally will parse, will read one by one, first the header, so it can get also the encoding it has, and then it will read each one of the nodes. And then if it's a top node, a top level node, it will expect that it has nothing other than possible some attributes, and then see if it has children nodes. And it will assemble in memory the full tree structure of this XML text file. So that's what's happening when you call this routine, this procedure, this method. So as I'm doing it right now, it's done. So now the XML document one has parsed it. If there are some errors, you may want to enclose this with a try except, because if the XML has errors, it will raise an exception, and the exception itself will tell you that there was some error inside the XML. So if you don't want the exception to be thrown at the application level, you may want to trap it right here. The first thing we need to do is to get the top level node. There is this property called document element. The document element represents the topmost node in the XML file. It's the root node, the top node. So you need to get that in order to traverse through the whole structure. I'm going to do that right now. Then you see here on the Delphi watch, variable watch, an element XML node has been assigned, and the type is an XML node interface. So that means perfect. I'm pointing right now to the very first node. I'm going to do some typical assignments so you can see what's there. First, you can get the node name, and then you can get the node value. What is the node name of the root node? Is order. So the tag or the name of the node is order. When I pass through this one, you see that N1 is changed to order now. So I successfully got the name of the node. And now I'm going to process the next one that gives me a node value, which is the actual value, but that node. Hey, you may say, hold on, this is a two-prod node. It doesn't have information. It only has children nodes. Okay, let's see what happens. An exception is raised because this is invalid. That node is not expected to have any value. Hold on here. So what happened is I'm catching the exception here. And then the exception was shown very quickly. I missed it. And then the V1, instead of being loaded with something here, I put it as empty. Hold on, I have some issues here. I may have to restart Delphi, so bear with me for a second. Okay. Okay, I'm back here. So let's run this application again. Gonna reach the exact same point I was at. Okay, so here we got the runtime error, which is telling you that element order doesn't contain a single text node. So if you let the exception go all the way up, then that's the actual message you get here on the exception. Since I'm catching the exception, I just made that message available on the screen and then assigned the value one to be empty. So this is number one. Don't expect that parsing node values will succeed. You need to be aware, because most of the time in all the nodes inside the structure, they don't have a value. So don't expect that value will work. Be aware. That's rule number one. Now let's go to the next level. We are getting the next node. But here I'm doing it by trying to find this name. I'm intentionally trying to find an invalid name. Invalid node name. We don't have any node called invalid node name here. This method, find node, will give you a result only if it finds it. So this is a good one. This is a bit safer. Let's run it. Then you can see that find node didn't find any invalid node name. Then XML node is nil. It was not assigned. So this is a good point to you. Then you do the normal checking. You do the checking that XML node was assigned or not. In this case, it wasn't assigned, then you're safe. You simply don't do anything. So this is one way to make sure that whatever you are looking for, make sure that it's found first. Don't assume that it's there. Use find node. Then when you need to check is whether the node was assigned or not. If he didn't find it, you get a nil XML node. Now, second option is to get an invalid node with the properties. There is Delphi style, you know that you can use properties for many things. XML nodes are not the exception. So this is a property you need to use. From the root element, which is XML node 1, you get child nodes, which is a property that holds a collection of all children nodes. And then you have yet another property, which is actually the nodes list, because child nodes has other properties. This is the key one you need to use. Nodes with the open brackets, just like any other property in Delphi, and I'm calling it with invalid node name 2. Then see what happens here. I step through it, I call the property. Oh, guess what? If you see LXML node here, it is assigned. But how come? If this thing doesn't exist in the XML file, we don't have that kind of node here. Well, there is one thing that you need to be aware of, is that if you use the properties of the XML document object model, there is an option. Hold on. There is an option which I need to show you here. Here. The document object model component has these options. And by default, it has this one option called node auto create. This is, to me, a pretty dangerous option, but this is the way they design it. It's set checked by default. What this option does is that, like in the case I just shown to you, if you use a property and the node is not found, it will create it. So if that's what you're doing, what you're trying to do, maybe you will want this option if you are assembling an XML file. You are creating a new one. You are creating an object document on memory, and you are just adding the nodes. Then yeah, enable that one option because it will create it automatically and return it to you. But if you're reading from an existing XML object model document, then this is pretty dangerous because you may have a typo just by one thing, and it'll be very hard to debug your application because you made a typo, but when calling the property, it will work and it will give you a node. And guess what? This node is totally valid. When I call N2, it has a name, which is exactly the wrong name, the one that I used there. So I'm just letting you know that using the properties is very nice because everything in Delphi uses properties, but be aware of this thing. In this case, these properties, go save and make sure you don't have that option enabled, which is what I'm going to show you in a moment. Okay, now on the next one is I'm repeating the exact same part of code. I will use the properties of an XML node, but I'm going to disable the options. So this is to do it in code. On code, I'm removing the option with the auto create. And then I'm getting an exception. And since I'm catching it with try accept, then no problem. I'm in control. So this is one option to go. If you rely on properties, make sure this option is disabled, and then just do your normal due diligence with the try accept. I'm going to go faster because I'm consuming a bit amount of time here. I'm getting the real one here with the right name. And one thing is, as everything in Delphi, some properties are the default ones. So here you can get by the nodes. Don't use nodes, just get child nodes and you run the property directly. Nodes is the default property of an XML node. So this is a little shorter syntax for the same thing. Now I got the real thing XML node here, and then I'll just go faster. I got the name, message header, and then if this is a final node, a one that has text, just like this one here, I'm at this node right now. Sorry, I'm at the text here. if it's a node element, there is this property called its text element. So you can use this one to check whether it's a leaf node or not. Then call the node value only if it's truly a text element. And this one you can go save. So in this case, it's a text element. And then you can get it. But this is one thing, that the text element, sorry, this thing got confused again. Is text element only applies for nodes. It doesn't apply for attributes. This is another catch. Don't think that attributes can also be used for this function. Is text element will only work with nodes. So it will work only when I get to this node, to this one here, but it won't work if I'm in an attribute. Let me go back. Okay, I'll just step quickly here. Same thing happening here. I'm trying now to read the attribute, but I'm using the child nodes property. If you are reading an attribute, you need to use the right property. There's a difference. So if it's an attribute, the one you need to get, there's the attribute nodes property of the XML node. So this one will have only children nodes, but if you want an attribute, you need to use the attribute nodes. Okay, let's get this one. And same as the previous ones that I just showed to you, since I'm using invalid name, then I'm trying catching that because I'm putting wrong names. Now I'm getting the final one, the right one. Then I got a node value. And I got finally the value. Then now I'm updating the screen. So you got I already this field on the screen. There's another way to do it much faster, which is combining everything that I just showed to you. So you can here, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm loading the XML file. And then here, I'm directly assigning the first field by using XML document element, which gets me the top node, then child nodes, the next node, which is message header, and then attributes, which is source. So with this syntax, I do all at once. But you need to be aware that whatever you're doing works. You need to enclose this with a try-catch so that it works flawlessly. Here I just go simple because I know that my XML file is compliant, but you should entrap this with try-catch like I showed you on the previous example. So same here, I'm getting this attribute, document version date, and then on the next one, I will be getting that born child node that has a text. And this is the way to get the property text directly with this syntax. So I'll just go quickly on this. And now you see I have all the three nodes here. I have here an XML tree viewer to show to all of you. Here I'm initializing it. And this is the tree viewer. It's a custom viewer that I put here together for this application. You can use it if you want. It shows you in a tree view the contents. It has different colors depending whether it's a text node or an attribute. Attributes are shown in blue. The text nodes are shown in brown, light brown. And you can also see the raw XML file here. This is the raw XML file already formatted. And let me do here some changes. I'm going to hit modify, then going to do save. Then we do the reverse thing. We're doing the exact same thing, which is get the root element and then assign. We're just reversing the assignment. The same syntax that I showed to you works in reverse mode. And I'll just do it quickly here. And then you see, when I see the document, when I watch the document with the viewer, you see here, modified. Here, modified. So that's the way to actually parse XML files manually using the XML document object model in Delphi. I'll just quickly show you another use case. Oh, by the way, since this is a multi-platform application, And because I set the vendor to be OmniXML, this will also work with other applications. Let me show you here by running it for Mac. And that is one of the reasons I put the document embedded on the application, so you don't need to rely on transferring files. But again, this is just to show you that the code that I show you works the same in any of the supported platforms by Delphi. I have my Mac OS application here. So I load the file. I can do also I save it, and then I view the document. And my viewer is also working in multi-platform. So you see here, modified, and XML text with a modified. Okay, so that's it with the manual use of the document object model. I'll just quickly show you another use case, which I did a presentation some months ago, but just a quick explanation of when you know that your XML file is compliant and you want to transfer it into a data set, then you can use this tool, which is XML Mapper. For XML Mapper, you run the tool from the way to start it. You need to get the latest version, you need to run the Get It Manager, and then on the Get It Manager, install it. The built-in XML Mapper from Rat Studio in a fresh installation is like this. This is not the latest version. You need to run the Get It Manager so you can get the latest one. This is the latest version. In XML Mapper, what you do is you load the schema document from the purchase order. Then this is the visual representation, and XML Mapper tries to find those repeating elements. So this is the neat feature here. And it puts them with this asterisk here. It means, oh, this is a repeating element, and it has a dataset icon here. So once XML Mapper finds those here, then you can create a dataset version of it. So on the right-hand side, you will see a dataset version, and here is a repeating element, which is created as a dataset with all these repeating records. Then you create a transformation, and you can test it right here. You see that it created this, and here is the nested dataset. Once you have created
actually, I'll just barge in a second, actually, Miguel. It is actually, we've had a few questions, and you've actually just answered a couple as well. I think we're probably going to have to cut it a bit short because we do have some more sections. But what I'd like to do is get you live on camera. Is that possible?
Yeah, sure. Let me just cut it short. Actually, I will just cut it here. I only wanted to show that this works, but I'm not explaining how it works. I was just showing it. And then just showing this order. It's included in the demos that they can download. So just showing how it works, but I'm not stopping on explaining this because it was already explained in another presentation. And then you get this one here. And then you get it converted here. And you see that here are the line items of the invoice. So all this done with XML Mapper and the runtime components. The only catch with XML Mapper is that, as I showed previously, is not included in all versions of Delphi. But that's basically it. And yeah, let me now.
Okay, Martha, do you want to get us to go live if possible? Miguel, you probably need to turn your camera on.
Yes.
Oh, there's me. That's a start. And as soon as Miguel, he's got to wrangle his hardware. You know how it is. I think yeah, I see him in the preview, so that's a good start. There you go. Hi, how are you doing?
Fine, but I'm not moving. I'm frozen on that screen.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? That's good enough. We can hear you perfectly. So that I think you're frozen in a good position. I think. Hang on, you just, okay, all right. Well, look, let me ask the questions anyway, because we've had quite a few questions, and some of them quite important. Apart from people saying hello from Texas, I'm also in Texas. I'm in the Dallas area. If you're from Texas, you'll understand where Lavon is, and that I live actually in Lavon, so suburb of Texas. There you are. We can see you again, but
I'm frozen. Am I?
Yeah, you're still frozen. Don't worry about it. That's fine. Okay, so a couple of questions that are specific about the XML. Actually, many of these questions are from Barton. So how do you deal with XML files that do not have a schema, or that you do not have a schema for? What do you do in that case?
But then you're talking about the XML mapper, not the DOM object model, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's the question he's asking there is. And the answer
XML
is
mapper. Yeah, let me do the quick answer. So the first thing that I did when I concentrated so much time on the actual parsing one by one, that works regardless. But you need to be side guarded, as I show in my code examples, because you don't know what to expect. Whether you're the key thing on the code that I showed is, even you have some expectations on the actual structure of the XML file, you should not take it for granted. You need to do your due diligence of guarding each time you try to get one piece of information. That's it. Having said that, by doing it manually, you can read anything. You don't need any schema. You are manually going and traversing through each one of the nodes and getting whether they have attributes or children nodes or whatnot. So doesn't stop you. You are actually in manual mode. You are parsing it manually. You need a schema.
I think that actually answers the next question as well about the headers, which is the same thing, really.
The header of the XML file?
Yeah.
In strict mode, the document object model should yield an error saying I didn't find a header, but in reality it doesn't. It just takes the default value, which is assuming there is version 1 and UTF encoded. But some libraries might be stricter and will yield an error because, strictly speaking, it must have a header.
Yeah, I think the answer is there. It'll do its best, and if it's really messed up, then it's not going to work. And there, it's good and it's performant and does a good job, but there's no such thing as a magic solution to anything. It's like anything, garbage in, garbage out. If the XML is just awful, then it's going to be a problem. A badly formed XML is obviously a problem. I mean, if you've got missing closing or opening tags and things like that, then eventually the XML mapper is going to go, no, I can't deal with this. This is just too bad. So yeah. And again, Barton, who I believe is probably going to be one of your biggest fans at this moment, because most of the questions are from him. What are the reserved characters for XML, and how do you work around them?
Say that again, please.
What are the reserved characters for XML, and how do you work around them? So, in other words, what can't you put in XML data or in an XML attribute?
Yes, that's a good question, because it seems like a pretty arbitrary. Why would you use one versus another? And in my experience, every time this is like a very open question. I think what was meant to be, and I'm thinking because by reading through the document object models from the W3 school website, the one that develops the standard, what it was meant to see is that the real fields carrying main data should always be a leaf node. You would put it onto some kind of leaf node because it would resemble somehow a field, like in a database. And those like optional things to change, like, this is the specific, like the length of a string, or like the specific coding that the string may have, those should go in an attribute. It's like a secondary piece of information. But what I have found in real life is you would say, oh, this was meant to be like the main piece of information, but it's an attribute. And then the other way around. Something that was meant to be like a minor piece of information, and it's a leaf node. So in the end, it depends of who made it. Each one has its own arbitrary conceptual thing. And this is the key thing by XML. You can do either way, no problem. And this is the key reason why you need a schema if you want to automate the translation, because the schema will define those rules. The schema will tell you where is each kind of information stored where. whether it's an attribute or an leaf node, and whether that leaf node is repeating or is encapsulated with a parent node, blah, blah, blah. All that is in a schema. So to answer his question quickly, XML Mapper was designed mainly to use schemas. If you have a schema for a given XML file, XML Mapper will work beautifully because then it can get all the information needed. But if you don't have it, you have the option to load the raw XML file, and then XML Mapper will try to do some guessing. It has some basic logic to try to guess what was the schema used to put together that XML file. But you get less than suboptimal results if you go it that way. You just need to manually be sure that it's working the way you expect it to. And maybe later we need to repeat another webinar with very specific options, not that we will deploy in a new XML Mapper.
Yeah, we will be doing another one for sure. Okay, and the final question, which kind of makes sense as well. You did answer it, but it is worth repeating. And in fact, if people, I'm looking at where my thing is, if people scan this RAD off, if they're using an older version of Delphi, they can actually get some money off. I forget what the exact details are, but it's something like 20% and a year's free support or something like that. I don't know. But if they go there, they can scan it and get that offer. But the answer, the question was, where can you get the XML Mapper? And I'm going to let you answer that because it's your baby.
Yeah, as I said, if you have in your normal Delphi installation, you may not have it if you don't have, I show the matrix of the features, so not all versions of Delphi and RAD Studio have the tool. So if you do have it, you will find it hanging right below the tools menu option. And if when you started, you see an old style legacy app, that's the original version. And then you can just go to get it with the get it package manager and upload the latest version. And the latest version will show just like the one I showed. We'll have the same theming, color theming as a normal modern IDE. And then you are on the latest version. Yeah.
And I want to say that you're one of the guys that worked on it, and Roger was another one. And he did say, oh, there's an NDA about what can and can't be said. And I get to choose what I'm going to say. But I know it's been made public because I did check beforehand that this was a project that we had some MVPs work on, and you were one of them. And I want to thank you, from everybody as well, that the work that was put into this was quite astounding. It's a testament to you guys' skills and the demand that was, quite high for this product to be brought into the 21st century, because it was a little bit, the original version, as you mentioned, not only was the user interface a little bit outdated, but there were lots of things that needed doing on it. And I think you put a lot of effort into it, because I saw a lot of what went on behind the scenes as well. So, well done to you, and thank you for explaining it as well. You did a really good job of it. And to Roger, who I know is watching somewhere, because he was around as well. Okay, is there a final word that you want to put in before we move on? Because the next session is quite short, so we've allowed you to run over a little bit because people
okay, sure. Yeah, there's some other questions out there. XML path, the XPath, that's something we want to add to XML Mapper, because XPath seems to be a pretty standard way to define. When you are in XML speak, how do you tell someone else the specific node you're pointing to? XPath is the standard. And Delphi doesn't have any library for XPath yet. So we're working on having something either added directly to XML Mapper or totally independent that you can also use with the XML object model. Definitely that's something that is needed when you are doing heavy work with XML files. You can see, I show you as a sample, a real life invoice purchase order document. They can get very complex in the number of labels that you have. So it becomes pretty difficult to explain it if you don't use XPath as part of your syntax. And by the way, yep.
Yeah, sorry, carry on. Yeah.
They're also telling us about the code, the sample code. Yes, it will be available. So bear with me. I'll post it and let you send it to them once it's ready on the repository. It should be no more than 24 hours. But yes, it will be on the same recording as this presentation.
Yeah. I had to laugh because when your video froze, someone, Tian Nord, who's actually been with us all week, said it has to be cold in Italy right now if he's frozen. I'm like, No, I don't think you've got that right because Miguel is not Italian at all. He's Mexican, so I'm right. You're Mexican, right? You got a Mexican email address. I'm sure that's correct. So,
Yeah.
yeah, Italian. Yeah, I get people telling me I'm Australian or South African. I'm like, whatever. I'm clearly British, but carry on. I don't really mind. I'm actually technically I'm an American. So, and also. Barton as well, and I'm going to show this because it was quite funny. He just wanted to thank you for answering those questions, and he said if you ever come to Fort Worth, I owe Miguel a grass-fed beef steak. So there you go. And Barton, I actually live in the DFW area, so steaks, they're good. Yeah, Texas steaks are amazing. Anyway, thanks a lot, Miguel, and for being a good sport as well, and I really appreciate it. Flying live, you're pretty crazy. I always say to people, don't do live sessions, not on webinars anyway. Record them, but sometimes it happens, and that's absolutely fine. Oh, and Barton says he's serious about the steak. So Miguel, if you come back. Oh, and also apparently I might get a steak as well. So there you go. I'm joking. I'm fine. Yeah, believe me, I need salad, not steak. Okay, well, thanks a lot, Miguel, and I'll speak to you soon. I bump into you around. You're an MVP and a very active guy, and you're very well valued. Thanks for your time. Okay,
Sure.
so our next session is a little bit late, and I apologize for that. And it is, and I do hope he's going to forgive me. It's by Maxim Pasukin. Maxim, you're going to have to tell me how to pronounce your name. But Maxim Pasukin from Softicom, a great tech partner, and has at least one MVP that I'm aware of that works there. And this is a mobile apps development using Delphi. So it's a very hot topic. But stay with us. And if you're watching us on YouTube, click on the like button and click on the subscribe, the little bell there as well, because it does actually make a difference. We're trying to make sure that you can get notifications without having to have lots of emails from us and things like that. YouTube does the work for us, so why not? Okay, I'll speak to you later. Maxim will be with us.
Hello, I welcome you to this Coding Bootcamp 2023. I want to talk about mobile applications development using Delphi. So my name is Maxim, I am a Delphi architect in Softicom. And what we are talk about today, our agenda for today. What is Delphi today? Reasons to continue using Delphi. How can we develop mobile applications, native cross-platform and web applications? What does Delphi offers us for mobile applications development? And I want to give you an example of simple Android applications made using Delphi. So let's start. What is Delphi today? I'd like to refresh our minds with some history. If you have already participated in our webinars, you have already seen some of the slides. That's all for the new people. Anyway, let's just refresh what Delphi was in the past and what it is now. Delphi is a software development tool used to build desktop, mobile, and different IoT software today. It is up to date despite being developed in 1995. The reasons for it is that it's been regularly updated by Embarcadero. At least according to my information, we have a couple of releases per year, and Embarcadero keeps it up to date. It has been all the time, and it is still a huge Delphi community comprising experienced engineers and developers. Delphi was a revolutionary technology for rapid application development in the 19th and 2000s. It was a really unique tool which you could use for desktop development, compared with, for example, this ugly Microsoft Visual Studio. At that time it was too hard to start development of an application with Visual Studio, compared with Delphi, where you could just create the project, put the controls, then run, and observe how the miracle started happening. An interesting fact is that the chief architect behind Delphi was Anders Helsberg, who was later persuaded to move to Microsoft, where he worked as a lead architect of C#. I provided such information here just like a food for thought. And after that, in 2003, Microsoft introduced .NET C# and Visual Studio 2003, which in my point of view is Microsoft's version of RAD Studio. They spent a lot of money into advertising and marketing all these tools, and the popularity of Delphi started decreasing, and eventually .NET got the leadership. Then I want to talk about reasons to continue using Delphi. First of all, let's start from pros. We will divide, this question into parts, pros and cons. First we need to talk about pros and cons of Delphi, because of course we have pros and cons if we want to be objective. So first, Delphi is a first of all cross-platform tool. Today you really can develop applications for iOS, Android. I am not talking about Windows, because it's like must-have. You can develop applications for macOS or applications for Linux. So Delphi is easy to use and designed for a rapid development approach for desktop development. According to my experience, software development with Delphi is really easier and really more rapid if compared with WPF, which of course has much richer UI than WinForms. However, from the other side, it's really much harder to develop WPF UI applications as compared with Delphi. But if we are talking about WinForms, I cannot even compare it with Delphi, because WinForms is very weak in UI and possibilities, and it's not easy to improve the UI of WinForms application. Second one, Delphi applications are easy to deploy, since executables don't need any pre-installed frameworks, and hence there is no headache about frameworks versioning, packages versioning, etc. And this is what I mean. If you have, for example, some .NET application, you should know which .NET version your clients have, which packages they have, how it will be, will they have any conflicts, and you have to deploy assemblies, and there are a lot of questions. The next one is, so even today Delphi has a huge set of third-party components. For example, look at TMS software set. It's a really huge set of components which can cover UI, background operations, or show media, different cross-platform controls, web controls, and so on. Of course, one more advantage is a regular new releases of Delphi and RAD Studio from Embarcadero. As a pro, we have a lot of software which was developed using Delphi. Right now you can really migrate that legacy software using, for example, Delphi 5, Delphi 7 to the up-to-date Delphi versions without rewriting it from the scratch. If your software has a lot of background logic, you can keep 95% of your code. Of course, like a remark, only if you don't need code review and rewriting your code and rewriting spaghetti. Also, we have cons of using Delphi. Two major cons, in my point of view, are future risk and negative information noise. Future risks, this is what I'm hearing from our clients and our partners. Will Embarcadero have enough resources to complete on par with other development tools? Will we have enough specialists and developers on the market for supporting and developing our software? And these questions are really important. Right now we are even fighting for Delphi and trying to be like a Delphi evangelist, explaining to people why they don't need to be scared. What about negative information noise? In the 19th and 2000s, Delphi was studied in universities, and now it is replaced by other tools, Java, Python, and other different. Last year, as I remember, Embarcadero introduced a free version of Delphi, Community Edition, and now maybe different universities will again continue using Delphi, and young people will study it during their classes. Again, today, young developers consider Delphi to be obsolete, not fashionable technology. They don't have any facts. This is what they just hear, and this is what I am calling a negative information noise. Also, Delphi is not an operation system owner. So this is the self-explanatory why it's always half a step back from Microsoft, Apple or Google. When Microsoft already developed something, implemented in their development tools, Embarcadero needs time to add this support of these new features in their Delphi. That's life. Again, from my point of view, Delphi is not suitable for web development. I'm talking about web development in classic understanding. If compared with native web technologies like Visual Studio and ASP.NET, Apache and PHP, you don't have a native Delphi. The consuming for the development of complex mobile applications, it's not easy to implement any custom SDKs from Facebook, Google or Apple, which are not supported in FireMonkey by default. This is a very serious disadvantage. Sometimes if you are using native tool for Android development like Android Studio, for implementing a new version of SDK from Facebook, you will need maybe a couple of hours. But for Delphi, unfortunately, if you are not experienced, it can take 2 days, a week, and so on. Next slide, I want to tell about how can we develop mobile applications, so different approaches. And first I want to start from pros. We can divide approaches for native development, cross-platform and web-based applications. So first let's start from native development. I will talk about Xcode and Android Studio. Xcode for iOS, it can be Objective-C language or Swift, and Android Studio like Java, Kotlin for Android. The main advantage is that it has the best speed and performance. They're trying to develop the tool which will be closest to the platform, to the device, to the operation system. Permanent support of newest features and up-to-date documentation. All other tools like cross-platform hybrids should again implement all these new features in their tools. Next one, publishing to app stores, the typical way of app distribution for people. Cross-platform applications are also published to app stores. But here you are protected 100%. It has low risk during publishing to app stores. Available SDKs from all vendors. If we have any source hardware, third-party services, SDKs, all of these vendors in the first place will develop SDK for native platforms for Xcode and Android Studio, and it's very good benefit. Pros of cross-platform application development approach. The first one is idea of all these cross-platform tools is a reusable source code for different platforms. Yes, theoretically you can write some code only once and use it on different platforms. In real life it's not so easy, of course, because different platforms again have different techniques, different nuances which you have to implement in your code. As for UI, sometimes it can be a common UI, but sometimes you have to create forms, controls, different versions for each platform. Publishing to app stores. Cross-platform tool creates a native package for the App Store, for the Apple App Store and Google Play market. Possibility to use the same knowledge which you are using for desktop, because sometimes if we are talking about Delphi, we can develop an application for desktop and then with FireMonkey import it to the mobile. Next one, better development speed for not very complex applications. Again, because of reusable code, reusable UI. And it can be cheaper, up to 30-40% compared with native while developing apps for both iOS and Android platform. Even if you have different UI and you need time for implementing all necessary SDKs sometimes. So next approach is web-based. It's a very famous technology nowadays, PWA, or Progressive Web Application. It includes a lot of different tools, frameworks, jQuery, Bootstrap, React, Angular, and so on. So what is benefits of using this approach? Application can work everywhere where you can use web browsers. This application really can work on desktop, Mac OS, iOS, Android, Linux. It does not matter. It can even work without internet connection. When you are opening the application, it can cache the application on your device, and using JavaScript it caches a lot of logic pages, and your application can work even without internet connection. For example, data retrieval from the web, from the server, theoretically can work without internet connection, like a regular application. You even will have an icon on your desktop. Next process, possibility to apply the same knowledge which you using already for web development, C#, JavaScript, CSS, HTTP, and so on. And next one is update process of your application is easier. You can change the application HTML, CSS, JavaScript files on the server only once, and all users will have will update, and they won't need to update the application in the App Store. If we are talking about a native application, you have to control that your users update your application, that they use the latest version without bugs which you fixed. Also, we have to talk about cons of every approach. Again, let's start from native. Today, it's not enough to have, for example, an application for iOS or for Android. If this is a commercial application, not some specific service application. If this is an application for everybody, like a e-commerce, you should have this application for both platforms, at least for two platforms, iOS and Android. It will be different tools for different platforms. Next one is not reusable source code. You will need different resources and different specialists. Of course, maybe you have a guy who knows Android and iOS, and he can use two different platforms. But anyway, you have to multiply his time for development two versions of your application. It's not for one person. If we are talking about cross-platform, it can be one guy who can develop your application on all platforms. If we are talking about cross-platform, it's usually not 100% platform support. This is what I talked about. For example, Delphi. I'm not sure how it is right now, but for example, previously it didn't have support for some things. For cross-platform SDKs, availability is worse than for native tools. For example, if you need the latest Firebase and Facebook SDK support, you have to wait or develop it yourself. I remember Embarcadero released maybe a couple of days ago Firebase support for Delphi, and that's great, but this is just an example. In real life, you have 100 and 1,000 different SDKs for different third-party providers, integrations for different systems, and so on. Also, cons for web progressive application. If you're talking about web-based, you need web hosting. You have to store your web application or PWA application. Can be web hosting or a virtual machine, which is much more expensive and can have a lot of headaches. Also, limited support of distribution via app stores. I think that's very important, because for people it is a typical way. Go to the app store to download an application. It is not like you should go to my website, check this link, open something, and the application will be installed. Sometimes it's a disadvantage, but sometimes you cannot deploy your application according to the application store's policy. For example, for some industries which are prohibited in app stores, they can develop portable web application and deploy it via your website and go another architecture. In this case, it will be the advantage. Next slide. What does Delphi offer us for mobile apps development? Now let's talk about what Delphi offers us for mobile application development. It can be different variants, different options. Here I provide only the most popular ones which we used. We have a lot of experience with such realizations. First one is classic FireMonkey native while being a cross-platform application. It is an Embarcadero solution. Next one is a web application which is hosted somewhere on the hosting, plus FireMonkey web browser container. And finally, for the app stores, it will look like a native application. You won't open it with a web browser, it will become a compiled application which will be installed on your phone, and it will work like a regular native application. If we are talking about FireMonkey and we will develop an iOS application and Android application for iOS, you will need macOS installed Xcode PA server from Embarcadero. It's platform assistant server. Delphi project will connect to Mac, compile your application and your project exactly on macOS, and you will finally have an IPA package. It's like a application file for iOS which you can upload to the App Store using iTunes Connect, and application loader from Xcode package. You will need a physical computer with macOS or virtual machine. For Java and Android it's a little bit easier. On the same machine with Delphi, you will just compile your application using Java. In the output folder you will have an APK package which you can just via browser upload to Google Play Market. If you are talking about web applications plus FireMonkey, it has almost the same process. But you also will need hosting for your web application. It can be shared hosting or it can be cloud-based hosting like Azure, and your web application can be built in any technology you want. It can be ASP.NET, PHP, communication between your web application and Delphi can be with JavaScript. Delphi has different techniques for this purpose. How cross-platform Delphi application can be native? Now we will discuss deeper how this FireMonkey works. I'm hearing a lot of questions. How can a cross-platform application can be native? Yes, it really can. Because of the FireMonkey architecture and how it works. Delphi compiles FireMonkey projects to native packages IPA and APK for iOS and Android. Both platforms, Apple and Android, accept the packages like native apps, and they even don't know, I think, that they were compiled not using Xcode and Android Studio. You don't need any additional web application emulators or virtual machines for running the application. Delphi creates real native mobile application using Xcode and Java compiler. So one of the solution of Delphi is FireMonkey. Let's talk about pros and cons of this solution. First, let's talk about pros. We are using FireMonkey. So you can use Object Pascal code and Delphi IDE for developing iOS and Android mobile applications. You can use the same source code, the same code base and UI for both platforms. Sometimes you can use the same UI, but sometimes it can be a little bit different. But if compared with the other tools, for example, Xamarin, they have a common UI, but they also have the possibility to create different UI. From my experience, it is more popular way. But for Delphi, you will have one UI for both platforms. So you can use a compiler directive for platform-specific code. If you have some platform difference because of course hardware is different, the operation system is different, and you have a possibility to use the compiler directive, and in this in the same procedure write a piece of the code which will belongs to different platform. It was pros. Let's talk about cons. So they have of course FireMonkey does not have 100% of platform support. It is just impossible. A lot of features which Embarcadero should cover in Delphi, and it's a lot of work, but maybe not so many people who will use this code because this technology is not too popular. It means for some functionality available, for example, from the box for Xcode and Android Studio, you won't have access to your application. You will need to learn how to write the wrappers and bridge classes for accessing the missing classes and methods for iOS and Android SDKs. Almost all third-party SDKs and API providers have libraries for native platforms. Again, what I have already said, but for Delphi and FireMonkey it is more like an exception than you'll have such support. Unfortunately, you will again have to write wrappers and bridge classes for accessing all the SDK methods. This is extra work and your payment for cross-platform benefits. Okay, as I told before, I want to show you the example of mobile application for Android. So let's use maybe some last version of Delphi. On my example, it's 11. First of all, go to File menu, New, and select Multi-Device Application Delphi. Window will open this multi-device application wizard. Select blank application. Later you can try another options, header footer with navigations, master detail, and you will see how it's easy to make some user interface. But in this case we will use blank. So new project will be created. Initially target platform will be Windows. Let's leave it like this for now. So as you can see, the same interface for desktop, the same approach. Let's add several controls on form: T-toolbar, T-edit, T-button, and T-list box. Set the alignment properties for all elements to be independent of the size of the form. So T-toolbar already have alignment for top, and let's put T-edit and T-button inside the toolbar. Let's make a button alignment is for right and T-edit for client, and let's put T-list box on the other side of the form and make it alignment as client. And as in usual desktop application, we can write a code. So first of all, let's make a code for a button click. So very simple. So I want to add text from tedit to listbox. The same code for double click in listbox. I want to delete selected item during double click. Also as in usual desktop application. No difference. And let's run. As you remember before, the target platform was Windows, so we can press F9 and run application. It will be run. It will work. Everything is working. To see how the UI will be look like in Android or in any another supported device, you can switch mode and correct layout, because sometimes it can be different. So it's very comfortable interface to change this layout for every platform you need. See, you can see here. You can see how Android layout look like. So next step is to run our application on a real Android device. And first of all, we have to make some manipulations on our Android device. So first of all, go to settings of your device. I think you can find it. And find about device option. Come in. And then in this category find build version or MIUI version if you are using, for example, Xiaomi. Find it and tap several times till message "Now you are a developer" appear. As you can see here, you are a developer. After this message appear, let's search another option in settings. It's developer options. Come in and turn on USB debugging. It will help us to make a debugging and ability to run application on our mobile device from Delphi directly. So several questions will appear. Accept all of them. And then you can connect your mobile device using USB cable to the PC where Delphi is running. Then, after it, in the target folder, you will see your mobile that you can just connect, activate it using double click, and run. So you have to wait several seconds, maybe 10, maybe 20 seconds to run it, because compiling, moving, processing on your mobile device. And as you can see, application run on your device, the same as on Windows. Then the same will be on the iOS. So it's very easy to run applications on Delphi on different devices, Android. That's it. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah. Well, I have to say I disagree with a lot of what the video said. Unfortunately, this was handed in late, and I didn't get a chance to review what was said. So I'm going to just correct a couple of things that he said. Maxim did say several times he does not, he doesn't know about the latest version of Delphi and the latest version of Rad Studio, and that much showed. He talked, for example, about creating web apps and said, you can't easily create web apps. Absolutely untrue. There are several sessions this week which do create web apps, and very easily. In fact, I am currently working on a very large project myself that is over 1 million lines of code as a desktop app, and converting it to a web app like that. And, you know, there's some differences, but that's using TMS Web Core. But there are lots of other different technologies like IntraWeb and UniGUI and all sorts of things. And we actually have solutions like Sencha and stuff like that. You can also include Python for Delphi and or Delphi for Python even, and do things that way. I mean, it's a hole in his knowledge, and so that's it. He also said about Xcode and Android, and saying that's the quickest way to do things. That's also not true. The whole point about one of my sessions was that actually you can take a single set of code, and I explained about efficiency. If you saw the very first day where we talked about why you should be an efficient developer in order to make money, because actually the margins, the profit on mobile apps is actually quite small. And in fact, I gave an example where I demonstrated that, in the United States, you could actually earn more working at minimum wage. Now, that might be some unskilled job, working in a factory or something like that. There are jobs like that, or just some job where they pay you minimum wage. I don't know. Perhaps governor of Texas has minimum wage. I doubt it, but something like that. And the session I showed was that in order to be profitable, what you have to do is actually be efficient and make sure that the code you write it once, so that you're not creating bugs in several different versions. So if you're a developer and you're developing mobile apps and you have Xcode here and you have Android Studio here and you have Visual Studio as well, you've got 3 different IDEs using 3 different programming languages. One is Java, one is Swift, or Objective-C if you're still doing that, but probably Swift, and you're using C#. Perhaps for Visual Studio Code to target Windows and Linux using the .NET Core libraries. That's 3 or 4 different IDEs that you've got to master, learn how to use, and 3 different programming languages. Why do that when in fact you could use RAD Studio, and from RAD Studio you can create an Android app, you can create an iOS app, and if necessary a Windows app and a Linux app. 4 different targets from the same source code. So you have one set of source code and you generate out into those different targets. And if you use FireMonkey, the controls automatically adapt for the other target you're going to. So in iOS, and I've got an Android phone and an iPhone because I'm a professional developer. On Android, the navigation controls are at the bottom, and on iOS, the navigation controls are at the top. With Delphi and RAD Studio, that automatically flips for you. That's all done for you. And even so, if you wanted to make your app adapt to, say, a tablet or something like that, then you could do different views. And in fact, there was a session planned tomorrow from the same speaker, and I'm actually going to do a different session. And the reason I'm going to do a different session is I appreciate the time and effort he put in, but there's several people saying things like, there were, what was it? There's an example of coding and deployment. It didn't show that. And I apologize for that, and I'm not trying to be horrible, but this is why if the session's handed in late, I don't get the chance to review it. If I'd have reviewed it, I would have said, well, can you come and redo some of these bits again? And the same thing as Colin's saying here, the effort should be efficient. Yes, it's exactly the point about RAD Studio. And the speaker completely missed the point there and actually made some very, in my opinion, very poor points. I did actually have a little ticket going across the bottom saying that's his opinion and that he's entitled to that. And I'm sure he genuinely believes that. And I know that Maxim is a very good developer. He's a professional developer and is very skilled at his job. Softicom are an excellent company. And I know the CEO personally, Serge. And Serge, I've got a lot of respect for. I've worked with him many times. You've seen me on webinars with Serge as well. And I've done many things to Softicom. But this particular video, I'm sorry, I disagree with it. I disagree with it on multiple levels, and I'll show you why. We will do a session for tomorrow that will show you deployment of apps, and it means I'm not going to get any sleep, but I'll make sure it's done. Because what I want is someone to show mobile development, and I'm not lying when I say RAD Studio is a better option. I know it says on my shirt Embarcadero, but I was looked for. I was an MVP before because I was a champion of Rad Studio, but I chose to accept the offer from Embarcadero to work for them because I really believe in the product. And I mean that. I really believe in the products. I would not sit here as some kind of shill, I think was the word I've heard someone say before, for Embarcadero. I've got more, I earn plenty of money as a developer and I don't need to do that. I actually am at the stage in life where I can pick and choose. I choose Delphi because I believe absolutely 100%, as someone said, I got the t-shirt. I absolutely believe 100% that Rad Studio is the most efficient way to do it. Yes, you can use Xcode and get all sorts of advantages using Xcode, which is great. And Holger Flick, for example, loves Xcode, but he also loves Delphi and uses it a lot. But he can create an app using Xcode and do some interesting things. But if he then wants to put that app on Android, he's got to rewrite the app from scratch. And if you are trying to make money as a mobile developer, and Holger's not doing that, actually, he's doing it as a consultant. But if you're trying to make money from a mobile app, the most important thing is being efficient and fast in the way that you're developing your apps. And that means not double handling the code, not writing the code here in Java and write the code here in Swift, putting 50 bugs in your Java code, which have no, you go and fix those 50 bugs, but then you put 7 in your Swift code and they're harder to find. And now you've got 57 bugs instead of 50 in one place. So if you write your projects in Rad Studio, in Delphi or C++, but let's say Delphi because that's one of the things we're looking at. If you write your code in Delphi, if you've got 50 bugs, if you make a lot of mistakes and there's 50 bugs, you fix those 50 bugs in one place and they're fixed for everything. iOS, Windows, whatever. If you accidentally handle a buffer incorrectly, or you're reading a file in the wrong order, or you're showing a message in the wrong place, or someone says, I want that screen element there to be pink. T. Arnold said, this webinar got a little bit more action-packed. Well, I am a developer advocate. I am a professional developer. I get up every day and I write code. I mean that. I write code every single day. I also am what would be called a coding polyglot. What that means is I can code in multiple languages. I have been a C developer. I've written antivirus software in C. I know C very well. I've written some C++ stuff. It's not my favorite language. Delphi was around, so it was easy to use. Python, I'm actually the editor of pythongui.org and a few other things as well. So, I just didn't want it to pass without me saying something. It's a little unfair because Maxim is not here to actually, say what he wants to say. I want to make it absolutely clear. Maxim is a good developer and Softlycom are an excellent company, and I've got a lot of respect for them. But many of the statements that were made in that particular video, I believe, were inaccurate. Okay, and demonstrably so. I can demonstrate they're inaccurate. And I believe that if you're demonstrating a particular product, you say, I don't know the latest version of Delphi or the latest version of Rad Studio, and then go on to talk about something like about React. What this is ridiculous. The last 5 minutes of the video showed you a minimal amount of great mobile apps. So I'm sorry, I don't like to be negative, but this is one situation where I just can't sit here and not say something. I will demonstrate. We will make sure there's something tomorrow, even if I have to do it live. I'll show you coding a mobile app with Rad Studio, and it will go out and you will get a Rad Studio creating an app. Yeah, we all make mistakes sometimes. Yeah, it's not a mistake. It's just a difference of opinion. Like I say, it's not fair. Maxim is not here. He is a good developer, and Softlycom I've got a lot of respect for. Okay. Yeah, there's lots of questions about it. Well, unfortunately, the next session is due now. The next session is, let me have a look. I'm slightly scared now. Patrick Premata. Okay, so this is a client server made easy with the socket messaging library. Patrick has said before, And Patrick is French, very French as well, and he worries a little bit about his English. I can't remember whether he was going to use a generation or something like a speech generation tool, but he's concerned about his French. Believe me, about his English. Believe me, Patrick, my French is nowhere near as good as your English. You're great. Carry on. So here we go. Client server made easy with the socket messaging library by Patrick Permatin. Speak to you later.
Client server made easy with the socket messaging library for Delphi. I'm Patrick Permatin, MVP Embarcadero, freelance developer, streamer on Twitch. You can reach me and see all my links on vasur.fr/gravatar. Today I'll speak about a new library I've published on GitHub to make client-server programs easy. Here is the agenda. The presentation and all links, commands, source code and other things will be available on GitHub soon. If you have questions, use the chat, I'll answer there. Or after the presentation, you can contact me on developer.com or Delphi Praxis forums. What is a network socket? A socket is a lower-level API to communicate between programs over an IP network. It opens support on an IP address with read-write access and a transport mode. All client servers on a local IP network or on the internet communicate through sockets, even your browser. More information on Wikipedia with the links at the bottom of the page. How to use a socket in Delphi? We can use a lot of open source or commercial libraries and components like Indy or ECS from Overbytes. We can use a native multi-platform socket class included in recent Delphi release from system.net.socket-unit. And you have the link to the doc. Basic client server over a TCP/IP network. The server creates a socket on an IP port and listens on it. It waits for new connected clients. The client creates a socket on the server IP port and connects to it. The server receives the connection demand and creates a new socket on a different port to exchange messages with the client. Server and client wait on connected sockets to send and receive messages. Messages are buffers of bytes or other formats, depending on the libraries. We need to use a thread for each socket so as not to block the operation of the program or the user. Here is a sample project. It's a FireMonkey project. I used the same program for the client and the server. The server port is 8081. When I click on the button, I create a new client, only to send a message to the server and close it. The listening server is created in a task in a form create event. The server socket is as a type and an encoding. It listens on localhost with the parametered port. Depending on our needs, we can use a service name instead of the port. Each socket has a state, client, listening, or connected. In the case of the server, listening and connected are used. In the listening server, we wait for a new connection of clients. The thread loop is only an accept with a timeout, and if the accept is OK, we have a new socket as a tsocket class instance. If not, we have a nil we send it to a server thread connection where we have a new task with only the client connected. This task has a loop in which we wait for receiving strings from the client. Each string is ended by the setTerminator constant. If we have received the string, we can send an ACK message as answer. The client itself is also a task created in the button. It has the same socket type and encoding as the server, and open a connect connection to the same port of the server and the same IP. The state is client and connected. Listening is only for the server waiting socket. When the client is connected, it sends a number to the server with a hello world text. And after that, it waits for the ACK answer from the server. Let's start the program. We can see the server is connected and listening. I click the button and create a new task for the client, which is also connected as a client and sends something. The server receives the hello world message and answered with ACK. Here you can see what is done on the connected client side for the server. I can click the button more than once. It creates a new client with a new task each time I click on it. The error message is the T-socket from the listening server. What is the socket messaging library for Delphi? For the Coding Jam 2023, I wanted to create a multiplayer game and needed a client-server system. As usual, I started from scratch and implemented it from start to finish, but it took a lot of time coding and debugging. I used share records for the data exchanged, which had side effects compared with what I wanted to achieve. After the game jam, I thought about optimizing that and coded and simplifying the code so that I could use it elsewhere much more quickly. The result was the socket messaging library I released on GitHub. The library is an open source project. It's composed by units, usable from VCL, FireMonkey, Console, and other projects. It uses classes instead of records. I decided to use the socket class from Embarcadero to limit external dependencies. The client and the server exchange text and numeric values in a new sample I'll show now. All the code has been written by hand, and it's still too much code in my opinion. Here we have two FMX projects, sample server and sample client. On each I have the IP and port address and a button to connect, an edit field and a button to send a message. I created manually the tmessage1, tmessage2 and register message code in the uText messages unit. In the server sample, the Start the Server button activates listen on the server thread When I click to send all clients, a message is sent to all connected clients. On the client sample, I use the same library, Olf net socket messaging.pass, and I connect my client thread to the server. For the server, the socket messaging library creates a new connected client instance. When I click Send to the server button, the client sends the tmessage1 instance. On the server, the tmessage1 instance is received by onReceiveMessage1. To use the library on your program, you need a TOLF socket messaging server and a TOLF socket messaging client. They register messages they have to receive and subscribe the methods to treat the receiving messages. It's the same thing on the client and the server side. The methods to receive the message has the sender as parameter and the message. You only have to use their properties, and to send a message, you create a new instance and you send message after filling properties. In this project, the server and the client receives message 1 and message 2. They put the content on a memo when they receive something, and depending on the side, they send a new message to the other one. Let's see it in action. We start the sample server and click the Start the server to listen. Starting the client and connect it after launching other clients to see the broadcast messages. We connect the clients and we send a message from the server to all clients. In one client, we send a message to the server, which responds with message 2, the three numbers. The client sends message 2 to the server, which display only the message on the memo. Let's see what is needed to use the library. You have a register message with instance of each message to declare on the client or the server when it needs to receive it. You also have to use a method to interpret the message. How to use the socket messaging code generator. Writing a message class is simple. Writing two message classes is a copy-paste operation from the first one. Writing hundreds messages is a stupid idea when it's practically copy-paste and not really maintainable. To write less code each time, I've written a lot of code one time. Now I have a code generator with a simple user interface. It's an open source project available on GitHub, and you can download the compiled program. Coding a simple chat program from scratch. Think at your user interface and your data model. Think at what data is needed for each program when speaking to others. Use socket messaging code generator to define your messages and export them as Delphi units. Import the socket messaging library and the generated unit in your projects. Create an instance of the client class on each client and the server class on the server. Implement the onReceive message event and beware of synchronizing events and your user interface. Run your program and enjoy coding with low code. Here is a sample project. In this demo, we use the socket messaging code generator to declare all messages, classes, and properties. This project will be a chat. We need to dialogue with between two or more clients with a server. I have a send message from a client to the server and another message from the server to all connected clients. In the code generator, we declare a project, the messages and each properties for them. The properties has a type, a default value, and explain the program how to load and save them to the stream and to the socket. For each message, we specify if it's received by the server or by the client. For a specific type, the default value can be everything in Pascal language. It's used on the create constructor of the class. I save the code generator project and export the unit. Now we have to code a little. I create a new project group with the FireMonkey project and the console application. For the server, I use the console application because I can transform it into a Linux daemon or a Windows service. I add the generated unit and the library units to all programs. As you can see, the generator has created a unit with messages registering and a client and server class. Now I create my server class on the server program. It inherits from the TDL server, the server class generated by the code generator. I add a variable and I create an instance. Specify the event to receive my messages. The tMessage class name is transformed on onReceive, the name of the class. We start the server with listen. To fill the event, to create a new method, I don't know which is its signature, so I copy from the library. And that's all. I have my server. The only thing to do is to implement the receiving message. Chat server receives a text from a connected client. It creates a new message for broadcasting the message to all clients connected. The server is done, I start it, and have to work on the client. The user interface is done. Let's code. With the socket messaging library, the code is the same on the client and the server. You only have to declare a receiving message on each part. So I copy the declaration of do receive send message from the server and adapt it to the client and its broadcast message. After that, I create an instance of the client class. When we click on the send button, we have to send a message to the server. When the message is sent from the client, the server sends the same message with the date to all connected clients, even the sender of the first message. So in the client, we don't have to display the message we send, but the message we receive. All sockets are in a thread, so you need to synchronize all events to your user interface if you change something. I finished to code, now we can try. As you can see, it works. Coding a real-time multiplayer game. You want to code a real-time multiplayer game. It's not really different than the previous sample, except for the user interface, of course. Define the data to exchange. Generate your units with a circuit messaging code generator. Code your game client program, user interface plus local data cache. Code your server program. No user interface, of course. Only the global game database, receiving action from users, sending a user action to all others. I have a little sample and more on the GitHub if you want. In this sample, I wanted to show you a little game, multiplayer and real-time, but the code is not fully functional, so I created something a little easier and simpler. Like a pixel war, some players can put pixel with a color on the screen and change the image on other screens. Like for a previous sample, I create a FireMonkey project for the client and the console application for the server. After adding the library, I use the code generator to create my message and the units. Like for the chat, in this project I need two messages. The X and Y position from the click and the color will be sent to the server by the client. The server will broadcast the message to all connected clients except the sender. As I use the FireMonkey project, I want to use the same type for colors than the IDE and the library, so I use t-alpha color from system.uit units. T-alpha color is not in the units the code generator use. So we specify the system.uit unit to include to the uses. In this program, I could have used the same message. I save the project and export the units. In the generated code, system UITip is not available. I forgotten to validate it. I change the message project and re-export. Like I did in the chat sample, I start with the server. I create the server class and declare the server variable to create an instance, parameter it. When the server receives the message, it sends a broadcast. But when sending to all, we specify the sender to avoid sending the message to him. The server is OK and started. We can go to the client. For the client, I don't need a new class. I can use the form class and declare the methods to receive messages directly in it. The technical part done, we have to do the user interface and connect it to the client class. For this project, I use the T-scale layout as the background and the T-rectangle components on it. It's not a good usage of the T-rectangle because we have a lot of components instead of having only one image and one click on it. I want a square background and resize it when the form resize. Of course, I don't add the rectangles directly from the form editor. I program a loop to do that. In FireMonkey, width and height of components are singles, so we can divide it by an integer. I check if the display is good, but the layout is a little too big. And I try with client width and client height instead of width and height to remove the title of the title bar of the window. It's a little better, but not the solution. In fact, I forgotten the +1 for the call number and the row numbers in the loop. The display is good. I add the click event on each rectangle, 2000 and 500 click events. When we click on a rectangle, we send to the server the coordinates of the rectangle and the color. When I'm creating the rectangles, I stored the X and Y position in tag and tag float. We manage the click on a rectangle. Now we have to manage the message from the server. Having one image with a canvas is a better choice than what I used in this sample. The loop to find the component is slow, and if you have many players on the same server, it could be a big problem for your program. It works with red. Let's try with other colors. To add some speed on the click, I use the thread to send the messages and not wait for it in the main thread. A better way to do this is to use the queue. The program in the main thread add the coordinates and colors in the queue, and a thread somewhere send the messages to the server. Don't do it in the main thread because all network access are slow. And when you use a create anonymous thread, don't forget the start. It works as expected. Thanks for watching.
Wow. You said you wanted some coding demos? That was a whole ton of code there. Fantastic demo from Patrick. And Patrick is answering questions live in the chat. Even though his English is actually pretty good, I totally get it. It's a bit different to, it's the same with me with French. I can read French pretty well, but the minute someone says, oh, say something in French, you're like, and you suddenly, every word you've ever learned in French goes out of your head. So it's the same with English for Patrick. So there you go. He'll get better. He describes the sessions that we get involved in and the webinars as his English lessons. I don't know whether that's the best place to learn English, but there you go. He he says in French, bonjour, quel fromage avez-vous? Hello, do you have, what cheese do you have? Yeah, brilliant. It was a good session, and what I liked about that was Patrick was showing some really cool things like anonymous threads and stuff like that, and showing real code being used in Rad Studio, and making it absolutely clear that Delphi. You occasionally get people saying, Delphi, oh, I haven't used that for years. I used to love it. And you think, well, I still love it. Why aren't you using it? Because, we use such and such language. And you think, you're really doing things the hard way. I mean, if you swap to C++, for example, are you crazy? That's like walking over rocks barefoot instead of using shoes to protect your feet. I don't know why we do that. I mean, it's very powerful. C++ is very powerful, but no, not so great. Gabe said, Patrick, your English is great. So there you go. Other people have said it. Patrick did let on that he used a little script, actually, I think, as well, to help him along, which is how I would do French as well. But lots and lots of feedback, positive feedback saying great demo, and people saying good job, Patrick, and also Dr. Kevin Bond as well, one of our regular speakers on webinars. He literally wrote the book about development, software development, and he says impressive as well. And Patrick, as from Dr. Bond, he's a pretty smart guy. So if he thinks what you've done is impressive, it's impressive. And I think Patrick showed it well as well. He's laughing. Yeah, he's putting laughing in the chat as well. And also, I think as well, Muzio Valerio says, this is the power of Delphi. Look, I don't want to just sit here and tell you all the benefits of Delphi. I want us to show you the things that you can do in Rad Studio. And let's be honest, I'm not going to lie. There are some things you cannot do easily in Rad Studio, and some things, yes, are probably easier done a different way. That's why, for example, we have the Python libraries. If you're going to write machine learning apps and things like that, it's way easier to find a Python library that does large-scale machine learning. But with Python for Delphi, you can include that Python code in your Delphi program. And so you've got the security and portability of the Delphi applications that stop, people going in and hacking your script and editing it and all the rest of it. But incorporate all the power of the Python as well. Same thing with the Delphi FMX libraries and the Delphi VCL libraries. Your Python apps, a typical Python app quite often looks like it was written in, in the 1980s war games era. Greetings, Professor Falcon. Would you like to play a game? And they do look like text-based apps, or they've got UIs that are kind of all right, but a bit like Windows 95 kind of style, or even Windows 3.1, God forbid. But if you use the Delphi FMX libraries for Python, for example, you can then include the Delphi styles, and it makes your apps look like $1 million. And in fact, we had a session on exactly that. So, disclaimer, I am obviously Embarcadero's developer advocate. It is my job to advocate for you guys out there as developers to our people inside Embarcadero, and the other way around, advocate what we do in Embarcadero and trying to show you the better things that we do and show you ways of making the best use of the products and things like that. That is my job. And I did have someone asking about an SDK, and it was Android 34, I think. I've had a very busy week on this conference, and they were saying, can they make the Android? See, I should have paid attention. I was distracted by the previous session. Let's see what they were asking for. I can't remember, but it was to do with a specific facility, Android shop interface or something, version 4, I think. And I don't know the answer. I say this all the time. I am a developer. I get up every day and write code, but I don't have all the answers. There are plenty of people out there that are way better than me. I don't claim to be the best in the world. I'm relatively good at passing the information on, but there are plenty of other developers out there. I'm not bad. I mean, I've done it for 38 years. I know what I'm doing, but there are other people that are specifically good at particular areas. So if you want to email me, please do. It's ian.barker@embarcadero.com. So my name, and then at embarcadero.com. I'm not going to give you technical support. I may point you in the areas of examples that might help answer your question. If I get a billion emails about something, I'm more likely to write a blog post, but I do respond to emails, even ones that are negative. If you've got something that's a problem, tell me. I mean that. I mean that on behalf of the company, because we want to make sure that our products are as good as we can within the resources of time, numbers of developers, money. We don't have unlimited resources. Even Microsoft don't have unlimited resources. Every day Microsoft Teams crashes, and I've reported it multiple times. And in fact, Patrick's just put my email address in the chat there. But my Teams crashes multiple times, and I know people on that team at Microsoft, and have said this is a problem, and they can't fix it. And yet they have many times the available money for it. It's something to do with .NET. Don't use .NET. Write it in Delphi. Skype used to be written in Delphi, actually, funnily enough. The original version of Skype, which was extremely stable, was written in Delphi, and that's the benefit of Rad Studio and Delphi, is it works and keeps on working. And you can upgrade the operating system around it, unless you're doing something very specific. Your Delphi programs will continue to work. So, if you don't believe me, try it. Call me a liar. Try it. Download a free trial, and we've got some links for that. Let me just find our tickers that we can go. But you can either go to here and get a special offer, where you can get 20% off. So if you're on an older version, you're thinking, you know what? Yeah, there are some features in there that I could do with. Go into there and get 20% off. And you'll also get a year's maintenance included, which means you get the next version included as well. So you won't have to pay again for that next version. It's free. The next version is coming out later on this year. We can't say for certain, and anything we say about the future version is with the caveat that forward-looking statements like that, this is a legal requirement for me to say this, forward-looking statements are based on exactly that. There's supposition. We hope, we aim to get certain features in, but nothing is written in stone until the general availability release. So the actual release where we say it's GA and it's released to public. So even if there's a beta program out there or something like that, and it's got a feature in, that feature could be removed, or we might change it completely, or, don't base any business decisions on what we're saying about a particular beta. But we do run beta programs all the time because we want feedback. We want people to say, hey, when I do this, this, and this, and this, something goes wrong. Because nobody wants to have, a product with bugs in it. But the complexity of any system, particularly something like Rad Studio, which is horrendously complex behind the scenes, is going to have issues. And anybody says that it's bug-free is a liar. They are. You're developers. You should know that. It's not possible to produce bug-free software. It's just bug-fewer software is the thing. So let's look at some of the questions that were specific about Patrick. Whilst we're on the subject, I would like to call out Patrick particularly for this scan on here. Patrick streams almost every day, not always, but almost every day on Twitch. If you're a fan of Twitch or you want to see someone who is genuinely coding live using Rad Studio, and you just saw him doing an incredible demonstration of threads and things like that, then you should scan this and watch him on Twitch, because he'll speak in French, but the code that you see is universal. It's understandable to anybody. I don't care what your language is. The Delphi code will make sense. And I can see people scanning the code now, which is great. But go to Patrick's Twitch. If you watch him regularly, also do him a favor and subscribe, particularly if you're an Amazon Prime person or something like that, because you can subscribe to his channel for free. Patrick gets a little blip from that. I'm sure it's like he needs 50 million before he can actually like go and buy a cake or something. But when people are doing things like this, where they're streaming a language that we love and teaching us stuff almost just by accident, because you're watching how they code, then I really, really do recommend that you scan that and go to Twitch, because I watch him and I'm a fairly experienced developer. I can't watch him all the time because I've got 50,000 billion things happening, but it's nice to drop in, and he's got a friendly community. Not many people always there, but that's what we're trying to do, is to improve that by scanning that. So if you feel like supporting him and want to see more of what Patrick's doing, and he does all sorts of things, games, he writes a lot, then go to Twitch and scan there. And he's also got a website, and if you scan that code, you'll go directly to his website, where he's got more of the same of what you saw today. So great stuff. Got a lot of time for Patrick. I think he's insane to have. He's always in the chat. Every webinar is done, he comes along every single day and answers it. And we don't pay him to do that. We don't, threaten him or anything like that. He does it because he's that kind of guy. And I absolutely, and in fact, he's just saying here, if you don't have a QR code, you can go to here as well on Twitch. But, Patrick, people have noticed that you do this, and, believe me, we'll be coming back to you about this, because you're a pretty decent guy, and we appreciate what you're doing. So we just need to go and address a couple of questions, because there were quite a few. Let's see where we're going with the next session. Okay, Marco has that. Okay, so I know Marco's not going to be there for the Q&A, so he's already messaged me and said he'll be off somewhere else. So we're not going to quite do that yet, Martha. We're just going to carry on and do some of the questions that came up in Patrick's session. So just to she jumped too soon. So just to address some of the questions there, they were asking about the socket messaging library, and so they were saying, what's the difference between the socket messaging library and Indy? And Patrick answered this and said, the socket messaging library is based on TSocket from Embarcadero Runtime Library, which is over a native SDK for each OS. So basically, it doesn't matter whether you're on one or another. It doesn't depend on anything like OpenSSL. And that's quite important. For those of you that understand things like SSL and HTTPS and all the rest of it, OpenSSL is absolutely everywhere, and Patrick's stuff doesn't require that. So it's a real plus. The other thing that someone asked about the code generator and all the rest of it, and as he said, it's over the messaging library. So it won't change if you change something in the library to use Indy or something like that, because it's a layer on top of the thing. That's what he's saying. So if you're using Indy or ICS, which is a fantastic internet communication suite, I think that's what it's called, really worth looking at. got a lot of time for him. And Patrick is one of our MVPs, and our MVPs are, pretty amazing, really. The things that they do are I used to be one myself, but you have no idea how much time these people put into things. Barton, who is in the DFW area, I believe. Where can we get the code for the demo Delphi program you used today? If you go to Patrick's site, which we showed just now, I believe all his demo code is on GitHub. Correct me if I'm wrong, Patrick, but I believe it is. I'm actually looking on a different chat now. And I think he might have asked that about the XML mapper actually as well. So it could be something else. My little questions that I tag don't always tell me which session they're in. Anyway, I just wanted to, spend a little while saying how great that session was, and giving Patrick back some love from us to say, thank you so much for what you do. We really appreciate it. You are absolutely crazy to go ahead and answer, because he's there till 11 o'clock at night or whatever time it is his time, answering questions for you guys, and he does a very good job as well, and he helps me out considerably, and Martha and all the rest of the team as well. So appreciate it. If you are watching this on YouTube, can you click on the like button and click on the subscribe button? I do sound like it's that way, actually. That way, I don't know. I sound like some kind of influencer now. I don't know. I'm probably going to make cakes out of glass or whatever they do. But if you can, if you're on YouTube, can you click on like and subscribe? That way you get notified when we do more webinars like this. This set of webinars this week, we are going to do some more. What's happened is when you ask your questions, we do take notes of what you're asking, and people say things like, I really think there should be a webinar on this subject or that subject. Of course, we want to be producing webinars that you want to see. And so we will actually make sure that we try and, do some webinars on those subjects, and, to answer your questions that come up in this Coding Bootcamp this week. There's going to be a lot more webinars. We've been a little bit quiet for a while because, Jim McKeith, my predecessor, moved on, and then I had to get to grips with the whole situation, and then there was a whole big learning process going on behind the scenes. So there weren't so many webinars, but that will be fixed. We'll be doing more of those. Okay, so Martha, now we can do the next session. And so we're going to head on to the next session now, and this is from Marco Heiser, or Heitz. I forget how he pronounces it, but I know it's Dutch, so the G is a H. And it is a redo of a previous session, which was so good, so amazing, that I actually asked if he wouldn't mind redoing it for this Coding Bootcamp, because he shows how to take OpenAI and integrate it into RAD Studio and have a little like a co-pilot type thing, like a helper, an AI helper inside RAD Studio, and he'll do it live in the coding. So here's this session now from Marco. I'll see you later. Thanks very much.
Hello and welcome. Today we're going to talk about Delphi and OpenAI. I'm Marco Geuze from GTK Software, and the topic of today is Delphi and OpenAI, a blessing or a curse. The agenda of this talk is divided into 3 parts. I'm first going to show you how to get started with OpenAI. This will be a relatively short part, as there's a lot of information you already can find on the internet. The second part is about the integration in Delphi itself, using the Tools API. We go into some detail on how to create a Delphi plugin and how to implement shortcuts and forms in Delphi. And lastly, we will connect everything together and see what we can do with OpenAI and Delphi. And of course, we hope to get an answer if OpenAI and Delphi is something you can use in your daily life. Alright, just 30 seconds to explain who I am and what GTK Software does. I'm Marco Geuze, co-owner of GTK. We have several teams in the Netherlands, the UK and in Brazil, working for a variety of international projects and clients. Besides software development, we also do a lot of Delphi upgrades. And we have a Delphi Hero mailing list where we regularly publish interesting related Delphi content. Alright, that's all for now. Let's get started. Let's start with a clear distinction. OpenAI is not the same as ChatGPT. OpenAI is a research and development company, and ChatGPT is only one of the tools they released recently, and one of the tools they get a lot of attention with. But it's not the only tool we're going to use today. The reason why we are using different tools is not only that we are at this moment not really interested in the chat functionality, but that we also want to integrate the tools with Delphi. And as of today, that's only possible with the paid versions. So let me first quickly explain the way the OpenAI tools are available. So you have the free version of the ChatGPT tool, and probably you've played around with this tool already. But there's more available. As you can see here, OpenAI offers various tools to create images, to translate natural language to code, and to perform various other natural language tasks. And of course, everything using artificial intelligence. So the various OpenAI tools are available using a paid plan, where you only pay for what you use. So you pay, let's say, for generating an image or for creating OpenAI related tasks and do, let's say, grammar correction. The various OpenAI tools are available using a paid plan where you only pay for what you use. So as you can see, you can pay per image or per token, which loosely translates to 1 word per token. So the first thing you have to do is create an account. I already did that, so let's obtain our key. So here you can see the secret keys. I already copied this, and you can see the usage per key, so what you actually use. When you register, you get some grant or credit, so you can start immediately. But if you'd like to use the API more intensively, I'd recommend to add billing information. So now that we have the API key, let's head over to some examples to show you what you can do with OpenAI. So let's go to the examples, and here you can see what is available as an example. But of course, you can add whatever request you have into the OpenAI API. So what can you do? Well, here you can see some examples. You can classify objects or companies in this case, where you would say, okay, I want to have this response, and it will automatically fill in the rest of the items. You can translate SQL or ask for SQL. So build a query, and you will get the exact query. You can parse unstructured data. So there's really a lot of things you can ask. So let's go to the playground to see what we can do with Delphi. So the playground, you can specify an input using various models. So you can choose a specific model. The most advanced one is the most expensive one, of course, but you can see what works for your actual request. You can specify the amount of tokens you want to use. And as you can see here, I've created a function which returns a t-list of type string. And I asked the OpenAI to explain what this actual function does. So if I submit this question, it will come back to us with the explanation of this function. And as you can see, it's quite a nice answer. So you can also ask the OpenAI to change the function. So let's say we want to change this to an iList. I can ask change this function to return a interface list, and maybe add of integers. And if we ask this, then you will see you get a nice list, an interface list, and it even changes the example code in here. So that works really well. Okay, now let's go one step further and create a OpenAI connector in Delphi. And yeah, why not use the OpenAI itself to help me with that? So for this, let's use the ChatGPT functionality so you can see how that works. But basically, we could put this in here, of course, as well. So I'd like to program against interfaces. So let's ask the following. Create a class to connect to the OpenAI API. Written in Delphi. And because I'd like to program against interfaces, let's add using interfaces. So we'll have to wait till until it's done, but it'll generate an interface, as you can see, to connect to this to the OpenAI API using Indy in this case. And of course, we could also ask to use the TREST request if we want. For now, I'll use this generated code. And as you can see, it's not quite right. Because it's just a interfaced object, but the actual connection to the OpenAI interface is not there. So let's ask it again and a bit different. All right, and as you can see in the second example, it actually implements the correct API using HTTPS. It adds the required parameters. So this is the actual class you could use. However, there's an easier way of using OpenAI in Delphi. There's a nice Delphi OpenAI API project on GitHub, and you also can get this via the Get It package manager in Delphi, which provide access to the API, and that's the one we're going to use in our example. So here we have a demo project with a prompt button to send the actual request and a memo to display the results. If you've not installed the OpenAI library, you can find it using the Get It package manager, searching for OpenAI, and you can install the required library. Okay, so let's implement the button to connect to the OpenAI API. So we need an instance of the library. So OpenAI topenai.create. You can paste the key right away when you create it. Of course, you need a key to connect to the OpenAI. So now we have the OpenAI library available. We can also use various functions within the OpenAI library. In this case, I'm going to use the completion library I showed you earlier in the playground. So I want to use the OpenAI.completions, and I can create an instance of that as well. So completions, OpenAI.completion. .create, and here we have to give a couple of parameters to provide a prompt and the maximum amount of tokens the system can use. So this is an anonymous procedure. You have to provide a params. And as you can see here, you can specify a model. We're going to use the DaVinci model again. You can provide a prompt and the, for example, the maximum amount of tokens you want to use. As a default, it's 16. That's not too much. So we need to add more, or to increase the maximum amount of tokens. So let's first add a prompt, which is the text of our edit box. We want to add the model in here, which is the text DaVinci 3. And let's say we want the maximum amount of tokens to be 1000. So that is around 750 actual letters. So now that we have the completions, we can use this and free the completions afterwards, because we need to do that. Within the completions API, you get a list of choices back. So the input results in various choices. For now, I'll just pick the first one. So choice in choices. Okay, so we'll pick the first one and we'll just break out of the loop for now. So as you can see here, choice dot text is the resulting text. So we'll put this into the memo we created. There you go. And let's run this. So, as an example, create a class to manage a company written in Delphi. So, the system uses my API key, which of course I will change after the presentation. It sends the request, and if everything goes well, I'll get a response in here. Sometimes it takes time, depends a bit on how busy it is at OpenAI. Currently it's quite busy, so a lot of people are using OpenAI. But usually we'll get this result within a couple of seconds. It's now taking a bit longer. I'll just wait for the results. There you go. So I get back a T-company class. It adds a couple of private fields, and it even creates properties. So currently I can see it's only read. You could ask the system to give more info, to add writable properties or editable properties, to make these interfaces, etc. You get it. But as you can see, the basics are working. So now we can go to the next step, which is see if we can integrate this into the Delphi IDE. We do this using the Tools API. The Tools API in Delphi is the way to build additional functionality in Delphi. There's some information to find here at Embarcadero's website, but even better is this GitHub page with David Hoyle's updated version. All right, so our goal today is simple: integrate into the IDE the code that I showed you earlier to connect to the OpenAI API. So there are several ways of doing this, of course. You can add a separate prompt, for example, in a dockable form in the Delphi IDE, or interpret the code that you're typing. For this demo, we choose to activate the functionality using a shortcut and by typing in my question. So we start by creating a Delphi package for our plugin. So let's go to here. New package. Let's save it like Delphi con OpenAI. And what we have to do is add the design ID to the requires, because that's the only way you can use the Tools API from within this package. So design ID. There you go. Okay. Let's now add a new unit where we first implement the key binding. So I'll create a openai.key. Maybe let's change the name because this one is already used by the library we installed earlier. So delphicon.openai.keybindings. And save it somewhere. Okay, so we need to use the Tools API, of course, and the Tools API has several interfaces you can use. So if you search for key binding, you have all kinds of services, interface services you can use in your own package to connect to the Tools API or to Delphi, basically. So let's do that right now. The OpenAI key bindings is a class. You have the T notifier object, which you can use, and here you have a lot of interfaces. In this case, we want to have the keyboard binding. There you go. And we need to implement several functions that are defined by this interface. So these are the functions that we need to define. So let's say I paste them in here. And we can use the binding services now to add a shortcut. So add key binding. We have to provide an array of the shortcut, and there's a way of adding a shortcut. I think it's text to shortcut. So let's say we use Control Shift F7, and this one is in vcl.menu. There you go. And the key binding has two other properties, which is the procedure that's going to be executed if the shortcut is pressed, and some flags. So in this case, we want to create a new procedure. So let's say bind, and we have to define this one, of course, and add nil, like this. So now we have to define the bind procedure. So let's do that in here. Private procedure bind. And I think there's a certain way of providing the actual notifier implementation, which we can find here. Let me see if I can find it. There you go. So this is the way of defining a procedure that gets called when you press the key button. So I'll just copy the parameters of this one, paste it in here. And I think we need to change this one to here. And add system.classes. All right. Oh, we got an error. Okay. So here we have the procedure that gets fired if you press this specific key in Delphi. So later on we will implement the OpenAI functionality in here, or probably in another unit. For now I'll just, let's say I do a show message, dialogues. Key pressed to see if our plugin works. Now we have to do some other things to get this to work, which is implement the binding type, the display name, and the name. So let's say in here we say results would be DelphiCon. AI, and the get name should be something like this. And we have to implement a get binding type as well, which is binding type dot partial for now. Okay, and lastly, we have to add something to the implementation and the finalization section of this unit. So the plugin will be initialized if you install this package. So let me just copy these two lines and paste them here. And we need to create a, for now, just say create a global var or local to this class to store the key binding index. And as you can see here, we need to say, okay, we want to create an instance of this key binding class, and if it's created and Delphi is running, remove the key binding from the Delphi services. So let's install this package and see if it works. I get an error. Let me see. Oh. There you go. So it's installed. And now if I press Ctrl Shift F7, we get the show message we defined here. So as you can see, it's quite easy to add a key binding to Delphi. Now we need to do two more things. First of all, check if the key code is our actual key. So let me copy this to here. So in case our key code is the shortcut we defined, then we need to do something, of course. And we should set the binding result to handled. So this could be t binding result dot handled. So now we intercept the specific key we defined. We do the show message, and we set the binding results so that we have actually handled this shortcut. So the next step is to access the contents of the Delphi editor. So what we want to do is see what a user typed in, give this to the OpenAI API, and provide the results back. So let's first see what we can do with the context we get here. So the key context is a interface to several functions, and I'm going to use the edit buffer in this case to get access to the actual edit buffer in the Delphi IDE. And if you go down to the edit buffer itself, you can get, for example, the selection. So the selected text, you can add information or delete information. So let's first try that and see if we can get the information out of the context. So what we will do is, instead of the key pressed show message, we'll just show what a user selected in the Delphi editor. So if you go to context.edit buffer, we can make use of the edit block to see what text the user selected. So let's say selected text becomes this, and we show the selected text in here instead of the show message we had earlier. And now if I install it and test it, you should be able to see the text that we selected. So let's say I do this, I press the key, and as you can see, I get the selected text in here. And that's the way we're going to use the OpenAI integration for now. So what I'd like to do later on is select the text, get this to the OpenAI, and replace the text with the results of OpenAI. But first we're going to change this a bit so we can actually insert text into the Delphi editor. For this we're going to use the context again. And we're going to pick the edit position from the edit buffer, and here you can insert, let's say, a text. So if we would say, okay, we add a test text in here, and test this, we install it again, we should be able to select some text, and it will get replaced by test. So let's say pick this one. I press the key button, and you can see the text I selected is replaced by this text. So now we can implement the OpenAI to be able to insert some text into our files. So let's revert this change. Okay. And here I have the form which we created earlier with the connection to the OpenAI. So if we copy this text and put it in a different function in here, so let's say function send request to OpenAI, we pass in a prompt, and we get a result back. We'll paste the text in here. Of course, we need to add some users. So that will be OpenAI. And it will be OpenAI.completions. And now replace this with the prompt and set the result to the text we get back. And finally, we're going to query here the OpenAI API with our selected text and place the results back into the edit buffer. So here we would say for OpenAI result is send request with the selected text and insert this into our editor. So install this. Probably we need to change some settings in here because we don't have a component available. We should provide nil to the class. We need to add the rest components, and it's installed. So now let's put a test in here just to see if it's working. So I'll ask the same as we did earlier, create a class to manage AT company written in Delphi. I select all this and I'll hit the shortcut, and now the system will query the OpenAI API and paste back the results. There you go. The only thing is, as you can see here, it's all on one line. So we need to make some changes in our code to make sure that we'll get this class on separate lines instead of all on one line. So let's first delete this text in here and go back to where we queried the OpenAI. So what we have to do is we have to split the result into separate lines. So say this will be text to insert. What we want to have is an array of string, and we say, okay, the OpenAI result. We're going to split this, and we do this for the end of line characters. There you go. So what we now have is a list of strings, and what we're going to do is insert these one by one. So for in line of the text to insert, do move this one to here, and say, okay, we are going to insert line by line. We have to add the line break as well, because we want to go to the next line. And the other thing we have to do is move to the let's one further. Edit position. Move. Let me see where I can. Oh, I have the option. That's why. There you go. Move to the beginning of the line. Because if we enter the line, then the cursor will stay at the same position. So you have to move to the start of the line and then paste the next line. So let's see if we can do this. So we now installed the plugin again. Let me add a new unit because then you can better see what's happening. We're going to do that again. So create a class to manage a company in Delphi. I select all this text, hit the key, and there you go. So as you can see here, we have a class for managing a company created by OpenAI, including the implementation in here, with some constructor and properties. I think it even includes a T-list, so we need to add some users here, but it even includes an employee list without me specifying it, and the system adds, or the OpenAI API adds some procedures to add and remove employees. Currently based on strings, but you can ask this again and specify a bit more the
the type of class you exactly want to have. Now let's do some more examples before we come to a conclusion. So let's say you want a SQL statement to update a company. You should be able to add it in here. So write a SQL to update the address field of a company. We select all this and we hit the key again. And there you go. So that's an easy one. But let's see if we can change some other things in here. So let's say we want to rewrite this, and for this part we want to extract this to a function. We could simply say rewrite this code to a function returning a choice text. Select this all again, hit the key, and there you go. Well, you see a couple of errors in here, so there are some enters, but that's something has something to do probably with our implementation right now. But this is a function you could extract. It'll accept a completion and it returns a string. And as you can see here, it replaces the result with the choice pin text. So it does work. Now for our last example, let's add a new unit again. And let's say we want to create a class to connect to Gmail to retrieve emails, again written in Delphi. We execute the shortcut and let's see what the system comes back with. There you go. Right, so it creates this Gmail connection. It uses the string list, so we should use sysutils. Oh, have to put it on top. Classes. It has the implementation, and I'm not quite sure if the code compiles. Probably not, because there are some errors I think in here. But for now you get an idea of what you can do with the OpenAI connection we have. So let's go back to the slides and wrap things up. So we've built a Delphi package so we can use the OpenAI API from within Delphi itself. I don't have the time to show you more examples of the integration, but I'm really looking forward to your suggestions on how to use this in your daily life. Let me share my findings so far. OpenAI is very useful to create skeletons for classes to create proof of concepts connecting to various APIs, as I've showed you, and to help you in creating functionality within your application. I've used the AI for various tasks, and most of the time it's just faster than Googling something. But it also has its limitations. OpenAI can very convincingly create complete nonsense. Several times I've asked something to OpenAI, got a very nice interface class back, but with non-existing Delphi calls. And then the fun begins, because suddenly you have to debug code that has been written by some tools who can make beautiful mistakes. So if we have time at the end of this session, maybe I can show you some of these examples. So what is it? A blessing or a curse? I'm not sure yet. The future will tell. But with the progress being made, I think our job as developers will change, and we will increasingly ask for the help of AI. In the end, it will help us to develop faster. So that's it. Thanks for being here.
Yes, it is time for Q&A. Excuse me. Oh dear. Just as soon as I go low, my voice doesn't work. Actually, Marco can't be with us. He's traveling. This was a redo of a previous session. And I personally specifically asked for this session because I saw it before in a previous camp that we had, and I was blown away. He's such a great speaker. It's such a great demo expert already. And I have to say, one of my colleagues, I'm not going to say who, but one of my colleagues is in the private chat watching along with this, and he's watching along because he wanted to get some tips out of this particular demo, because we're all very impressed with it. It's actually he does some very sort of straightforward stuff, but actually some of the things he does is non-obvious. And I also like the fact he said the thing about ChatGPT is it makes beautiful mistakes. And that's the thing that when you talk about a blessing or a curse, I personally believe that we're on the edge of a very exciting time. It's a bit like the 90s and the 80s, when the IBM PC came out and people started getting home computers and things like that, and Apple and Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak really, made us accessible. That was one key point in my life anyway, and then consoles, and then Windows, thanks to Xerox PARC and all the rest of it. That was another point where we started having graphical user interfaces that stopped things being blocky and horrible. And then the internet, I remember seeing someone just demonstrate ADSL, as it was at the time, in Cbit, when at the time the only thing you could do was dial-up internet. And I was amazed at how incredibly fast ADSL was. Now I have a fiber connection at my house, which is 1 gigabyte up and down. And actually, they've just told me the other day I can get 5 gigabyte up and down. And if I pay a little bit extra, I can get 10 gigabytes up and down, which is ridiculous. It's incredibly fast. And those speeds would be unimaginable again. So that's another inflection point. But this year, 2023, the major inflection point really is that AI has really come to pass. And my colleagues have embraced it. You see these graphics, that side that I'm pointing to now. These graphics were originally visualized as a result of someone who knew what they were doing with AI, and I think it was Stable Diffusion or something like that, my colleague said. Now, we did use Graphic Designer after that to make the rest of this slide that you see behind me up there, and obviously these kind of logos and things like that as well. So what we did was we used AI as a starting point and then built on top of it. So we knew we wanted like a vaporwave aesthetic, that kind of cool purpley pinky thing. But it was AI enhancing our abilities. And in fact, one of my colleagues has said to us before, we should all be using AI to enhance our capabilities. And I said in a previous link like this that I was skeptical at first. I thought, no. But you know what? ChatGPT and all other big, large language models, they're really capable. I did some stuff the other day, and I used Bing's ChatGPT integration, and it gave me answers like that straight away. The answers were absolutely right. I had to do a very complicated SQL query to fix something on a server somewhere. I'm an expert at MySQL. That's one of the things I've got very strong skills in, and I advise other people how to use and configure MySQL. Now, I knew how to do the query, which helped me ask good questions to get good answers from ChatGPT. But it actually gave me a very good workable query instantly. I mean, within a second. And I was able to take that query and tweak it a little bit because it wasn't quite right, but it was close. And it fixed the problem for this particular customer, which had thousands of employees that they needed to do something for. And that was an example of someone who's been in the industry for 38 plus years, probably more than that now. I'm very experienced at SQL and databases and programming in general. I can program in 9 or 10 different programming languages competently, and well, hopefully. And ChatGPT gave me an answer, and I didn't feel threatened by it. It just gave me a good answer to a question where I said, hey, be my peer programmer and give me an answer to this query so I don't have to sit down for an hour and work it out. Saved me an hour's worth of time. So definitely worth it. And if you scan this, you'll go to Marco's website and GTK software. He does lots of if he's got a newsletter on there. I definitely recommend excuse me, I definitely recommend subscribing to his newsletter. His newsletter is amazing. It's if you're into development, software development, and you like it as a thing, which is what I do. It's my passion and my job. I get paid to do my hobby every day. Basically, I get up every day, write code, and I get paid quite a bit of money for it. And I listen to music and bang away on the code. But if your passion is software development and you're thinking about getting into software development, I definitely recommend scanning that QR code and going to his website, because subscribe to his newsletter, because his newsletter is it covers all sorts of topics, and it's Delphi focused, but also development focused. And I think GDK software, I think he's the G in GDK, and they just opened a branch in Brazil. And I noticed on the buildings outside, it said Delphi specialist in big, 2-foot high letters. These guys are proud to be developing with Delphi, and they make no bones about telling anybody about it. So, well done to them. They're tech partners and MVPs, and I really think they know their stuff. I'm very impressed, and I'm not the only one at Embarcadero that thinks that. I know plenty of people who said before they got a lot of respect for them. So that's GDK and Marco. So I also tagged some questions. Let me just change a few other things around. So people are scanning the QR code, so I'll leave it up there for a while. So the questions that we got that I saved was Gabe, who's been with us all day. I can't pronounce that handle, so I'm just going to assume it's Esikosis. I don't know. And he's not saying nice, he's saying nice. He liked the demo, or she liked that demo. I thought that was good. And Gabe asked a question, which I actually answered in the chat as well, which is, would it be possible, instead of using the API for OpenAI, to somehow integrate a ChatGPT web version? It's one way of doing it, not a very efficient way of doing it. Sorry, my dog is under my desk being noisy. You could do it using a T-Web browser or T-Edge browser component and host it in that way. But I think that's losing the functionality, because what you're doing there is just like a mini web browser. What's the point? I mean, yes, you could pop up a window and do it that way, but it would be a lot more efficient to do it with an SDK and then output to a window the results, if that's what you wanted to do. I know Marco was doing an add-in, and he was using the OTAPI, as it's called, the Open Tools API, to interface into the actual RAD Studio editor, code editor, because he had a specific purpose for doing that. But you could be doing all sorts of things with AI. You'll see some sessions, I think, the last one today is about stable diffusion, and that's from Eli from FMX Express, and he's got another one tomorrow, has he? No, he hasn't actually, but there is another one to do with AI tomorrow as well, I think. I don't see it, but Eli has got a lot of examples, and he's got this CodeDroid app, which is mind-blowing. And what it does, it does all sorts of clever things. You'll see a session. If you haven't seen it already, you'll catch it on the replays. If you want to get the replays, then the best thing to do is to scan this link by Friday, I'll be able to point it out without thinking. Scan this link and register if you haven't already registered. And what will happen then is you will get an email summary of all the sessions. We'll tell you what sessions are coming up, but we'll also, more importantly, is send you an email with all of the replays, both for the entire day and also for the individual sessions as well. So you can pick and choose. You don't have to sit through 7 hours or 8 hours of sessions. It'll just include the ones you want. So I suggest you do that. Scan along. Let's have a look. We had some other questions as well. Someone scanned the barcode, so they're obviously paying attention. Good. Yeah, and if you don't want to scan the code, then you can actually do this, which is down at the bottom of the screen, which is go to that website and just click on the register button. We're not going to spam you, but we will send you some emails. But the emails will be about this boot camp and about Rad Studio as well. Embarcadero, who are my employers, as you can see from my shirt, are sponsoring this conference. So they do get a little bit of pushback because they're sponsoring things. They pay for all the time of the people who are paid participants, and they pay for all the streaming and all the hosting and all the other things as well. So, bit of give and take. So let's have a look. Oh, and the other thing, and I must say this as well, because it's actually quite a lot more important than you think. If you're on YouTube, please hit the like button, the thumb up, and then go across. I think it's this side, and there's a little bell. Hit the bell and say yes to get notifications. The reason for that is if you miss any emails or you prefer not to get emails, what will happen is that by hitting on that little bell button, you'll get notified by YouTube when we do these live broadcasts again, because we move them around and we're not always predictable. But the biggest problem we have is people go, oh, I missed it. I didn't know it was on, because of the time differences. Even in the United States, we have 5 or 6 time zones. And so we're a distributed company. I'm based in Texas, and so is the salespeople. But some of the other people are based in, the East Coast, the West Coast, and through other places. And so there's a couple of hours difference, and it gets a little bit tricky to work out what time something's starting. So if you do click on that like and subscribe button, the algorithm will actually notify you when it's going to happen in advance and suggest videos as well. So if you've missed one, it will actually say, hey, what about this video from Learn Delphi? The one that's about AI. So it's not just for our benefit to make us feel good. It does make us feel good if you like it, but it also helps make sure that you don't miss something important that you might want. We're trying to be useful. We're not trying to just be a, buy Rad Studio, it's great. We're trying to show you why it's worth having. So I've got a couple of minutes left. So I would like to just address a couple of the questions, because there were a couple that were quite important. We already talked about the web one. The other one was where can you get the example code? Go to Marco's site, which I showed you earlier on, which is GDK software, or just scan that for GDK. But it's GDK, the word software.com. So it's not difficult. Go to that site, and his example code is there, and also his newsletter and all the rest of it. And we talked about, yes, someone else asked about is it possible to interface with other things other than OpenAI? Are there any other plugins? If you've got Rad Studio, if you go into Tools and then Get It Package Manager and type in AI, you'll be offered, I think there's 3 in Rad Studio 11. There's 3 plugins for it. And it was, there's a lot there. These questions are G4224T, sounds very much like that, some kind of like hacker handle. I know your stuff. I used Turbo Pascal and Delphi in the mid-90s. I've been using C# since and have just returned to Delphi. Hey! Oh, scared my dog. Hooray! I'm glad you did that. C# is actually a language that was invented by Anders Hallsberg, who was the guy that invented Delphi. So, or he was one of the guys that invented Delphi. So they do share some similarities. I personally think C# is more complicated. And he said, he or she said, ChatGPT helped me get an app up in FMX in 20 minutes. I couldn't do that in .NET MAUI, which is the C# thing. And it's a testament to Delphi and AI. This is exactly the point I keep making. And it's so frustrating that people will struggle through with a horrible experience trying to create multi-platform apps with packages that are just absolutely abysmal when they could do it in Rad Studio. And it's like that. It's so simple. I'm a lazy programmer. I don't want to work hard, so I use a tool that makes it easy for me, and that's Rad Studio with Delphi. So thank you very much for I think it's producer Martha or one of my colleagues picked that question up because I missed it. But I'm very glad you came back to Delphi. I personally think it's the right idea. So we're going on to the next session. And this is from a couple of guys. If it's as lively as their conversations with me on Telegram, it's going to be a heck of a session. And this is from Jeff Harris and Elvin. I think that's spelled wrong there. Elvin Bakustel. I'm going to ask him how to pronounce that later. And it's Nexus DB. 20 years and still the best DBMS choice for Delphi and C++ programmers. And again, get my dog a snack as well, so he'll stop barking. See you later.
Welcome to this session on the Coding Bootcamp on Nexus DB. It's a database engine that was written in Delphi for Delphi programmers and also C++ programmer builders. Okay. Just a quick little note, Nexus DB's won a couple of awards back in the early days, entirely written by hand. We didn't use any bots or anything for it. It's 100% native Pascal. There's been a bit of tweaking done, a bit of assembler down to lower levels on some of it to get it nice and fast. However, essentially it's a 100% native Pascal script. So why Nexus DB in brief? Well, quite simply, it'll compile, the engine can compile fully into your executable if you decide to embed the actual DBMS inside of the code, which means there's no annoying DLL substitute, no additional exes. Everything is just compiled into your exe. And by everything, we're talking about every single feature of this industrial strength DBMS. If you like, you can then compile it without the SQL access, if you like. If you remove the SQL access, then you have a NoSQL exe with everything built in, which is screamingly fast. So the big deal here, as you know, as you've probably gathered already, looking at either our title and what we've already said, is that we're 20 years old, young, whatever you want to call it today. I like to think of it as 20 years mature today, okay, as in this year. These are a couple of things on here. I just want to really point out to you that our engine is incredibly stable, incredibly fully featured, and it's written in Delphi. What more could you ask for? It can be compiled into a NoSQL application in less than 10 megabytes, unless you've got some really fancy front end there. Okay, let's get into it. The brief history of the development, and I'll just go over this so that we understand, was that the main goals back when we started this was that we needed a drop-in replacement because Turbo Power Software Company had removed FlashFiler from the market, and we needed an engine as a replacement for the BDE, and we just made the decision then that we would actually go ahead and write it. It took 6 months. We had quite a few design goals in our head when we were working with it. In the notes section, which I'm not going to bother talking through for you, can look at them at a later date. We did the whole thing in 6 months flat. It was an interesting time. There were 5 of us working on it, from anything from on average from about 12 to 16 or 18 hour days, but we got the whole thing out in the time. And since then, we're now up to version 4.7, if memory serves me right. Okay, to get going, now let's get stuck into it. So you're into programming and you've got a commercial job, and the boss and everything, virtually all big commercial jobs will involve data being stored somewhere. Hence the need for a database management system, a DBMS. Now, just so that some of the lingo, for those of you that perhaps are a little bit newer to the area, when we talk about a file shared system like there on the right, then that's what the BDE is. Okay, so the BDE gives you file access, so you can actually create your XE with a database, say Paradox tables, whatever it is you want to put in there, and then when your client grows and says, oh, I like this application, let's deploy it to the whole of the business. Okay, well, here's a shared folder. So you put it into a shared folder that everyone has access to, and 5 minutes later, there's chaos. And that's because of, down there on the bottom of the right-hand side there, no control over access. Each client is independent of the other client XEs. So although the data is there and they can all access it, it's pretty much, if they're doing read-only access, well, even that has some issues in terms of an upper ceiling and when there's no control, because each one creates buffers on the server, buffers fill, they get trashed, and all of a sudden they get called again. So there's a lot of thrashing, etc. And over the decades, the computing industry, if you like, has pretty much moved to, in terms of a realistic industrial model, what's called the client-server database management system. And what this does is this splits up all database applications into a set of clients, and think of the clients as the end users, if you like, the people that are going to make use of your XE, use your GUI, record data, store it, edit it, delete it, whatever, draw reports, etc. And then you have a centralized database for all the client XEs to access. They may be within the company, there may be one dial in from outside, one may come in directly over the internet. It doesn't matter which. NX Server will allow that thing. So NX Server controls, and as you see there in the simple flow diagram there, it looks at all of the requests from the clients, and then it makes the decision on what data to retrieve, buffering of this data, determining whether, if a lot of clients are accessing the same data, which might be, for instance, header data, then it will keep that in RAM. Alternatively, you can, in terms of NX Server, actually set it up so that it actually does store, and when you can literally have an in-memory database. So if it's a database that might be full of information that's just like note-taking, whatever, and you don't want to be slowed down by access to the drive. And I remember before we had the fast SSDs, there was the HDDs, and there could sometimes be a factor of up to 1,000 between memory access and accessing something on disk. So you had to be careful, and hence having an in-memory database was useful. Okay, so that's that. So let's just stop and put this on pause for half a second. Let's think about this conceptually. The Nexus, or any database server, can sit on, as is shown here on the left-hand side, can sit on a server, and the corporation can look after that and maintain that. Client applications can send data to the server. The server feeds this data presumably to a database. But the code is agnostic to the style of the data. It can be anything. It can be files. It can be data, raw data in terms of transactional data. Or it could be video and or textual messages. So just as a little aside here, we can make use of the modular approach to Nexus to actually build ourselves a Telegram, Teams, Skype-like application ourselves. And in fact, it actually happens to be one of our examples. We lay down, if you like, the underlying structure that's needed should you want to actually build your own internal. And there are many reasons for it. For instance, each one of the arrows in both sides of the diagram here represents a flow of data. It doesn't have to just be one way. It's not just one way. A data is a communication pipe, a transport, if you like, is the terminology we use. It's a transport. So it transports data to and from the server. Now, if we don't actually care, suppose we have an application where a corporation has asked us, we want an internal, guaranteed, nothing to do with the internet, so no worries about spying, etc., application, so that our workers can chat to each other in a Teams or Skype-like manner without any concerns. We'd also like for it to be secure. Now, you would just simply respond to that with no problems. I'm using NexusDB. They've got transports with all forms of encryption over the transport. So you can send encrypted data if you wish. But for the basic app that I'm going to demonstrate here today in the next couple of slides, just concentrate on the diagram on the right-hand side there. And what we're going to do is we're going to lay down the basic infrastructure that's required from Nexus. After that, it's up to you. You want to put encryption over it? Literally, it's change a component. Literally. Actually, it can be as simple as changing the property of a component. But anyway, and I'm going to make the simple assumption here that you're not actually storing the messages. All this is meant to be is a little chat bot which sits up in somebody's corner, and somebody else might contact you and say, hey, Fred, Bill, Jane, whomever, tea in 5 minutes, whatever, and you can respond to them as in one-to-one, or you might like to broadcast. Hey folks, don't forget, we're having an early lunchtime seminar today. Get your asses down to the conference room. Starts in 15 minutes. So, as you can see, the rationale for actually creating as well. Just FYI, back in the 90s, I've had to write this at the socket level, and it's an interesting thing to do. It is so much easier with Nexus. Okay, let's move, and as I said, I'll just first introduce in the next slide the actual the demo where you'll find it in our demo apps. And then we'll actually I won't bother too much with explaining the code in the background. Rather, let's just have a play with it and see at this maturity and stability and the sheer breadth of what comes with Nexus. Hello folks, it's me again. Don't worry about the me again bit. That's simply because this is like the 18th time I've tried to record this particular slide. It had better work this time. Okay, so I'm now going to give you a demo of NX Server without a database connected to the background. What we're just doing is demonstrating the ability for you to write a client app, and this one here is the one that you should start with. This is the one I was saying before, that the superstructure for it that sets it all in place for you, and it allows messages to be transported from the client to the server, and from the server either to other clients or all other clients, a specific client, whatever. In that vein, so in doing that, you'll notice here, if you've actually got the remoting client-to-client messaging system up, that my version of it here is marginally different. Please note, I actually haven't changed any code here. All I've actually done is rearranged the buttons, the visual interface, if you like, which you can obviously do yourself as well, for it to be a little bit more concise and make sense. And I've also added a component, again, no code. All I did was I connected it up to this get clients click event handler, which is connected to the get client list, get client click. And all this does is on the timer, which I've just left for the default 1 second, every second, every client will communicate with the server and say, refresh my list of who's connected and who's not connected. Well, not so much who's not connected, just who is connected, right? And then that sits in this list box back here, combo box I should say, so that you can just select to send a message to one person only. The promiscuous button though receives all messages. Now we'll demonstrate that in a second. So all of this is pretty straightforward. The main thing here is that these three components here in this chain, you're going to see a lot of them in the other three demonstrations that I'm going to give later in this session. And the secured handler, this is the command handler. This is actually sort of like the central thing for the messages going backwards and forth. And the blowfish encryption, a secured transport, is an overlay on top of the WinSock transport. This is TCP/IP WinSock transport. And what this does is this it uses obviously blowcrypt and fish in encryption. Blah, blah, blah. Like I said, 18 times. We're going to power through to the end because I'm not going to do it again if I can hold it. Okay. And when we connect, one of the beauties that we're going to show here is that if you connect via this button, then WinSock Transport is set to port 16,000, whereas if we connect via the Connect Secure button, we actually use a different transport, and we set the transport to the blowfish secured transport. Okay, so that's the difference between these two things here. Okay. And that's pretty much in the background. So before I do the demo, I'll just finish talking about the code here first. In the background, that's the most important part. Let me just bring, with Delphi, let me just bring this down a bit. Those two buttons, that's got pretty much the most code around it. The whole thing for this, right, is a mere 230 lines long, and most of them are just small, setting things up, handling messages that get received, etc. in the background, sort of stuff that you could actually build into a component yourself if you wanted to. But it's these two here that set the scene and get everything going. Everything else is really, really quite trivial. Okay, for instance, there's the broadcast button. When you want to broadcast to everybody, that's the single line of code you need in Nexus for that. Okay, I've already compiled these, so let me just downsize the Delphi IDE. All right. Actually, what I'll do is I'll start this from scratch. So clean slate here, and what I'm going to do is, this is my icon for the NX server that I've got, the 64-bit version. I'll just double click it, up it comes, and move to the transports. I'll go to the TCP/IP transport, and you'll notice here, as I was saying before, I've got it set for port 16,000. I can't change that, obviously, because that's active. You need to inactivate it to set to 17,000, or, and here's a trick, you could actually have two NX servers running here on different ports, provided you've assigned them to different subdirectories, right? You'd actually have them running on different ports, and everything is A-OK, it doesn't matter. Okay, so that's a good way to separate the two communication systems, if you like, between the people that are just doing ordinary old chit-chatting that you don't care about, or versus maybe it's encrypted with the encrypted messages. Maybe you want to save them, whatever, for whatever. You want to make sure the encrypted messages get through, so it's a lighter transport system. So now this is all up. So now all you need now down here is the client-to-client messaging, the icon, which points directly to it, as you can see into the examples folder there. Now, if we double-click that, then up pops a client. Now, because I'm running on my own machine, okay, you will have noticed in the Delphi, let me just bring the code up again, that in here, the actual remote server engine is set up. Remote server engine at runtime is 127.0.101. So that's the loopback adapter, loopback. Notice that we allow you to actually use a design time, a different design time from runtime, which is really good. It means that you can configure it for your remote site, for your client site, but when you're testing it at home on your system, you might have a different server, which is what you put in your design time. But this is just going to run on the same machine, so I just put it into the server name runtime. Okay, so getting back to this particular example. So we've just booted up, and so this is going to be person one. Let's make them a promiscuous client for the moment, and let's connect. And when we do that, if we look in the list, there's nobody in there. We can push this ourselves manually if we want to, but it's on that timer for one. Oh, I hope I set the timer to go. Maybe I didn't, in which case we can easily just redo that. So come back in. Let's now put a few more clients around. Now remember, this is just the one exe, the client exe. This is your exe. So this is what you use. This here, the NX server, is what it's like the supervisor. It's the server. It's the It's the server in the client-server communication system. And these are the clients. And this is, I don't know, this is Jill. She's not promiscuous. She clinics. And another client. Let's put another person in. Let's make it Fred. He is promiscuous. Let's make him connect too. So now, when we look down, indeed the timer is indeed working. I didn't even check to see that. And so, as soon as Fred connects, he sees that person 1 and Jill are available. And ditto, without having to refresh the client list, person 1 can see Jill and Fred, and Jill can see person 1 and Fred. Okay, so let's send a message from person 1 to let's broadcast to all first, right? So we'll just go, hi everyone, lunchtime seminar starts soon. Broadcast to all. And as you saw, it comes down here to this person, comes down here to this person here. Okay, let's suppose instead that client 1 wants to talk to Jill, but not Fred. So what they puts in here is, hey Jill, Fred won't be around much. And then we select Jill from here. Oops, because of my silly timer. Oh, that's a silly thing. Send to this person only. And notice here this. Hey, Fred won't be around much. Hey Jill, Fred won't be around much, because Fred is promiscuous. So a promiscuous client receives all messages. Okay? So that's that. Whereas he could have gone, hey Fred, that's just for the heck of it, right? And let's choose Fred, send to this person only. Dearie me, that's because it was, it cleared it with the, so if I just go Fred, send, I can't get the timing right, folks. It's only got 1 second of opportunity there, and then I'm lost. Well, that's my fault for mucking around at the last minute with code that works. I mean, it's the old saying, if it works, don't fix it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, I should say. So now I hope you get a good feel for this particular system, and you can connect this up. The beauty about it all is, as I was showing a couple of slides ago, is that this is literally, going back to that slide, right, this is literally the infrastructure for the data messaging of a DBMS system. It doesn't have to just be ours, it can be anybody's, Oracle, whatever, right? So in any database management system, in principle, if you don't have a database connected up, and you've told the clients, and you have a plugin in the client already, as we do, which will handle client-to-client messaging, well, it's data, it's binary, and it's going over TCP/IP. We have a socket. We have a socket connection. That is, we have an IP address and a port. I presume everybody knows that, obviously, right? Socket connection means IP. An IP address plus a port number, as in here. Those two together represent a socket. So, so by connecting to here, and the beauty, as I was saying here, is this is a good subsystem to use, because we've actually just absolutely screwed down and made Nexus so efficient in the messaging and the transport. So, for instance, we've even now, obviously, if we're only going to send text messages between people, well, as you know, 7-zip will zip text down to, gosh, on a good day, it'll zip it down to about 25%, maybe, of the original text. Sometimes even quite lower, depending on what text is being sent. So on our transport, we've got the ability for you to add encryption. So if you're not sending pure binary, in which case it's pretty pointless trying to encrypt something that's in proper binary. You can also do binary in a crazy way. Like, for instance, ASCII is just a crazy binary system. But anyway, that's because of its heritage and computers way back there in the 1950s and 60s. So I shouldn't really pick on ASCII for that. It's just amazing we still use it today. The thing about this is that this is, if you're using text, then you can do that. You can put compression on it, and you're going to get really, really lean, mean, and efficient communication. And as I've been, harping along in the earlier thing, earlier on, is that Nexus, it's so mature. Nexus, especially the transporting system, the transport layer. It's because that's the backbone of it. That's you've got to get data from point A to point B, right? And we've got to do it in an efficient manner, and we've got to do it as speedily as possible. Efficient in the sense of using the least amount of processing power and and as fast as possible, meaning make sure we minimize the number of messages between in the background between actual data going up and down. Okay, well, I mean, that's about all I want to do for this one here, although what I will do is we will just, for the moment, go back in. I will get rid of that timer component. And when you get yours, this is now what yours is roughly going to look like, except that you're going to have these are going to be moved over to here. This will be underneath whatever. I will just Shift F9 that. So I built that. Okay. And now when I run it, and this is what you will get, you will see when you run it. So that's client A, promiscuous, connect, go up, client B, promiscuous, connect, click this, client C, not promiscuous, connect. And now when we come down, there's nobody in the client description list, so we need to do a get client list. And now we see A and B, and ditto up here, don't see anybody, so get a client list, and get client list. There we go, that's better. And down here, we'll do the same thing. We'll get the client list, and there they are. So we can send to A, a message to A, but you've got to click this send to person A only, and say, hi A. So if you go send to this person only, and it appears up here and not in this person, purely because they're not promiscuous. If they've been promiscuous, then it would have got to them as well. Now, you can change that in the background yourself as well, obviously, if you want to. And if we want to broadcast to all, we click here, and even though they're not promiscuous, they still get the message. Okay, well, I hope you've enjoyed that little demo. Again, the purpose of this is to stress how stable and efficient the transport layer is in Nexus. You can even use it for this thing without even having a database connected in the background. Okay, thank you for your time. I'll just kill it. If I have to do a 19th recording, I'm going to be very up. So that concludes our little quick warm-up demo of the power of Nexus DB, as you can see. It's very easy to modify it from storing data in a database to actually talking between various clients. This particular slide's a little set of notes for you that were repeated obviously inside of the demo, but which you can use at a later stage just to remind yourself of how things work. Remember, in the background, this can do a lot more than what we just did in that demo, especially the RPC interfaces, the remote procedure call interfaces, which allow you to send and receive results from methods that are actually executing on other clients. So it makes it a very, very powerful thing. We built the thing specifically for notifications when somebody does something and you need to make a notification to appear somewhere else, e.g. you're making a specific call, as I mentioned ages ago when it was the beginning of the talk. You're making calls to different parts of an organization, say different departments, and for instance, when data goes somewhere, e.g. here's an invoice, it's been paid for, the customer's weighing up, you can make it so it automatically sends a message down to the dispatch department where it comes up and they go, oh, no, someone's coming down in 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever, to pick up these couple of goods. Okay, now let's get back to the main demo for that. Now, I'll leave this for you to study at a later date, but the most important thing to notice here is that this is, in terms of theory, this is pretty much how things go when you are when you're designing a DBMS. Now, you might say, well, I'm only going to use it, I'm not going to design it. Yes, but you only use your car, it's still useful to know that it's got an internal combustion engine underneath the bonnet. It's useful to know when things are going right, if they're designed right, etc., and noise. And ditto with this. If you understand what's happening in the background, then as you mature and become a more experienced database programmer, you'll actually say, oh, well, hold on, I know that in my database engine, and this is, as I said, it's pretty much vendor agnostic, these diagrams here. This is pretty much like a high-level view of what you would have, and you can actually make use of the components in the design of your programs and your data itself. It's very useful to know what's happening. So I'll leave that for you to look at your own stage, because we want to get into the interesting stuff, the coding. Okay, again, just a quick slide for the rationale for why you should, why you can trust that. And I'm happy for you not to have studied the previous slide and not to be totally understand the entire workings of the internal combustion engine. Quite happy for you just to have a low level, because you need to accept that if you buy for instance, a Toyota, then you know that you've got that reliability from the many years that they've done there. You buy Nexus DB, you've got that strength and also the maturity. It's a very, very mature engine. And so the first working demonstrations I'm going to give you here are about embedded servers. Now, embedded servers, in terms of that in-depth diagram before I gave you, does this. So notice your application there on the left-hand side in the orange, and on the right-hand side, the physical data store. So you've got your data stored on disk. Your application wants to access it. So your application compiles into one layer the client components there, that's in box number 1, okay? And for that, all you need to know is, so long as I've got a TNX session, TNX database, etc., and so forth, then you'll be able to access it. However, because of the a modular design of the engine itself, as you see there in box 2, we actually merge these two together these two actually merge together inside of your executable, so that the engine itself is actually encoded, is actually coded and compiled directly into your exe. And as you can see there, it's a little bit easier. So what happens is when you make a call, e.g. open a table, then that inside of your exe, literally is a call that goes to the internal server, the embedded server engine, and says, open this. And it then goes and says, oh yeah, I found it, it's there, it's open, and says, yep, I've opened it, and by the way, here's a handle to that table in case you want to read records, write records, whatever you want to do. And down the bottom of the diagram, as you see, is if you're an experienced programmer, or as you get along, your client asks for certain specific nuances that are added, well, you can always plug them into the server engine, even though it's an embedded server. So the two simple cases we're going to do here is very simple, and again, this is just at the very high level, is we're going to look at the data access components that are needed, and then we're going to compile into that a server engine, and then in the second example, a server engine that's actually a SQL, so an RDBMS, a relational database management system, as opposed to a NoSQL server, which would be without the SQL engine. Okay, I've included this here for you for later. It's just a short card on this demo, including where you will find it in our list of. So this is our first code-free example demo. Now, just please note there'll be a little bit of out of sync between what we're showing here and what my words are. Just a bit of a problem with the technical of this end, trying to get to learn it. But anyway, the starter project is a code-free example of how to create an embedded Nexus client application. The main components, you can see, they're taken from the Nexus tab of the palette in Delphi. Once you've dropped all 5 components on the form, which is already done for you here, you only need to connect them up in a chain as shown. Now, for each component, you only need to select the component in the chain above it, and that is it. Match up the properties to link those components together, and then everything is done. Note that I've actually, the one thing you have to do is in the Nexus table component, you have to actually put the name of the table. Now, you can either click down and navigate through in the IDE, or I already have copied a table across I want to show and do the demo with, and so that's already there. And as you saw before in the code window, there's no code there. It's been put there by Delphi itself. And when it's run, bingo, all the data from my instruments table is displayed there in the DB grid in the background. And there's nothing you had to write. It was just the components go down, connect them up, make sure you've got a data table connected, and then that is it. It's all done. So after that change of pace in terms of I did the screen grab, somebody else did the words, as you may or may not have noticed, the next one that I want to do, that I want to show you a bit of coding example, again involves, surprise, surprise, no coding. Rather, it's let's go on to that second version of the two simplest ones, which is an embedded SQL engine as opposed to an embedded NoSQL, or if you like, direct record by record engine, the core engine itself. Now, a couple of things to mention, which again I'll point out on the screen as we did the screen grab, right, is that it has one extra component. The very first one in the sequence, in the chain, is actually a TNX SQL engine. That's one of the sub engines that you plug in that we're talking about in terms of this modularity and extensibility at the very heart and core of Nexus. Well, given it's just a straightforward one, again, no coding required, let's get stuck into it. Second demo project, which is an embedded SQL application, is the same code for the example of how to create an embedded Nexus client app. The difference is that whilst the first one used the record-based engine, this one will use the SQL sub-engine to access the same table. Via SQL, obviously. The main components are pretty much the same, except that you now need an SQL sub-engine at the top of the component hierarchy. That's just the very, very top, as I was saying there. Make sure that that's all chained and linked up, which obviously is here for you in the example. And also that the TNX table components have been replaced by TNX query component. You need to go into that component, into the SQL string list, and put in the table name. In my case, it's instruments. Okay, once that's done, you can press run. Well, actually, it's already there, so just press run, watch the thing go. And again, it does the same thing. It will connect up to the table, provided you've supplied a valid table, and display all of the records in the DB grid that's there. Again, have a bit of a play around, experiment, and see if you can make it a little bit more useful, meaning write some real code there in the background. Okay, catch you soon. So the final demo in this demo project in this session that I'm going to take you through now involves a bit of coding. So there's a bit of coding involved, as I'll stress when we come to the actual example itself. However, the purpose of it is that it's to demonstrate some of that, everything that we can do manually can also be done in code. First, I recommend that you just simply compile the code and then execute it. And this is how it works when it's run. Just click, as per the instructions on the front screen, click the Create Buttons table to create the table with the full text index. Once that's done, and then in the background, the demo will actually load the Pascal unit into the table, one line per record, okay? Then enter a word to look up in the input field in the middle of the screen there and click the Set Range button. The upper grid will display the whole table and the lower grid displays the filtered result after applying the range. Now, this is a range, not strictly a filter. And then try entering something like begin or end or Dursley or whatever in the input field. And only those rows that contain those words will be displayed. And this perhaps will help you to come to grips with full text indexing if you're not already familiar with the concept itself. The text field and the grids can be edited to test finding records with words entered. The full text indexes load both text and MIMO fields. If it's actually a MIMO field though, and you're doing manually, then click the Load MIMO button to load a much larger text file into the MIMO to just see how fast and effective our full text engine is. Okay, let's get started on the example. It's a bit of a hairy one. Third demo project, the full text indexing example, actually does require you to do some coding, and hence the introduction. There are other examples involving just the Enterprise Tool Manager, blah, 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 etc. But for the moment, this particular one, which we are focusing on, is interesting. I suggest that you simply run it first, as it will, and then go through the introduction I gave in the previous slide into just experimenting with it, playing it, get a decent feel for it. Let's have a look at as we look at some of the more interesting aspects of it. And also, unlike in the earlier examples, this project has a lot of code oriented for you. You should study that sample code because a lot of the complexities in full text indexing are when you start to go deeper and do more things in terms of the actual words, the searching, the flagging of them, etc. And the code there that you see commented out in the background is actually an example if you want to make use of these extra features, of the deeper features. Once you get a hang of the first word, full text indexing, then that will allow you to do that. For instance, putting in a form of soundex, for instance, you can do this and add that as well. But anyway, so the code is all there, including stuff there. So stuff commented out is not bad. It's just that stuff that leave for a rainy day when you want to learn a bit, or when you want to learn a bit more about it.
When you're strange, faces come out of the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange, when you're strange.
Well, thank you for that annotation. Sorry, I should say annotated description, or whilst I did the screen hopping around there, young lad. And now I am going to talk about a couple of the support tools that we have. So of the examples we all gave you were actually of embedded server only. If you were developing a real database system for multiple users, you would obviously be employing the client server model. And for that instance, in that instance, all you do is replace. Remember, in the component chain, you merely replace the server engine with a remote server engine component, and you connect that in your client application to this. This is NX server, a la the diagram about slide 4 or 5 or so. This is the one that you deploy to their database server. You make sure that all the tables are on there, and then you turn it on. As you can see there at the top, the transports, you can use TCP/IP, name piped if it's a Windows network. HTTP transports are supported as well, so you can come in directly. This is all built into this, and if you have a subscription to Nexus, well, then we allow you to distribute this royalty free at this point in time. And to go through an example connect up is probably going to is worthy of another half hour or so example, and time forbids that here. Okay, but that's the first of the two most important tools, and the next one is. And our final support tool that I need to bring to your attention, it's not just NX Server and NX Enterprise Manager. We've got a few others. We've got data pumps, etc. There's obviously ODBC drivers, PHP drivers, etc. You can go to our website if you want to see the full list of them. But of course, one of the things most people are going to be interested in is an Enterprise Manager. So this is, we call it just NX, obviously, NX Enterprise Manager, to convey that it does. It's your DBA tool. This is what you would distribute. You don't have to code this up. This comes with your subscription for Nexus, and if you've got a subscription, then you have a license to distribute this as you see fit. The thing about this is, anyone that's used a DBA tool before, it's got everything here. You can create tables, delete tables, restructure, everything's there for you. So I won't do that one to death because we're probably running out of time. Okay. Well, if you've made it this far through the presentation, congratulations. I'm glad that you stuck with it this far, and I hope you see it through to the end. The technical side of it, in terms of the coding and that, which as practice, as I'll drill that into you again in the next couple of slides as well. You know, it's one of those things where experience, go out and do it. It's what you hear. You know, it's like driving a car. It's very easy to describe how to do it. Push that pedal, but until you go out and you bang into a couple of other cars and run over the odd pedestrian and dog, until you do those type of things, you just don't appreciate how to drive. It's all about the experience. In terms of the various features that we have, we've got a full set on the website. I've just put this down here for you to read while I ramble on. And, you know, I can't say it often enough. I've said in about 8 previous slides, but yeah, we're industrial strength, genuine, hardy DBMS, both SQL and non-SQL. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Okay, so we're now at this point where we're pretty much finished. I've shown you only a very, very, very brief intro to Nexus, obviously, and database programming in general. I mean, this is something where, you know, you are considered an experienced programmer working in the DBMS sphere once you've got about 3 to 5 years of work experience under your belt. You know, it's complex. There's a lot to it. There's a lot we've obviously haven't even looked at. It's the reason that any database engine costs a little bit more. They do cost a pretty penny. Not ours, ours royalty-free distribution at the moment. Jump in while you can. And that's a good point that you should make, because remember, it's not a case of you saying, hey, I'm going to choose this DBMS or that DBMS. When you get out into the workforce, you'll be told to make a case for one, or told go and use Oracle. And then that's when you come back and download some of the notes from our website, if you like, or if you look at the notes to this particular slide, and we give you an example of how you could make a case for Nexus. And the reality is, it is not just a incredibly stable DBMS. It's also very cheap as well. So in terms of use, I mean, we don't have the ridiculous multi-thousands of dollars per year to licensing fees that Oracle and Microsoft have, for instance. And I've been assured by a number of our Delphi database programmers, we actually outperform those two right this year. Someone in England did an incredibly detailed study over many months and was just flabbergasted at the technical superiority of Nexus to well, I won't say the name, but it might rhyme with horrible DB. Anyway, we'll leave that. I'll leave it up to the auditors to decide whether or not to go with that one. Okay. And now, this is the penultimate slide, it's the only ultimate to come. So thank you for staying with us to the end of this little session. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have, although I assure you it took a little bit more than 45 minutes to put this all together, as every one of the other presenters will also assure you. Well, as promised, if you are interested, you can go and download a trial version from our website, or if you've totally made your mind up and decided, yep, this is it, NexusDB for me, I've got to get the best. Well, in that case, take advantage of the 50% discount. Given we're celebrating our 20-year anniversary. Join it with us. See you some other time. Bye.
Jeff, you are. I speak to these guys on Telegram, and Jeff is just like that on Telegram, exactly saying bouncy. I mean, I know I get told I'm bouncy as well, but Jeff is unique. Jeff is actually asleep / in prison / something else. He's currently, I believe, on holiday in Japan, but instead now. I'm really sorry. I'm going to pronounce your name wrong. Many Americans get my name wrong as well and say Ian instead of Ian. So I'm going to say that your name is pronounced Eyvind Bakkustuen.
Close enough.
Close enough. Well, you're very kind. Anyway, he's joining us live. How do you say your name?
Ivan Bakistuen, I would say. Yeah. Close enough.
Okay, so I wasn't that far off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, Jeff had an interesting presentation. We will go back and re-edit it and remove the music that I told him not to put on, because otherwise we get a copyright strike on YouTube, because you can't just use When You're Strange without actually paying thousands of dollars to some royalty group or something like that. It's all good.
That's
but
right.
anyway, yeah, it's all good. So I'm remembering to point this direction now. So if they scan this QR code, it will actually take them to your NexusDB website, and people will be able to download a copy. Is that right? You've got trial versions, I believe. Is that right or not?
Yeah, we have trial versions for every Delphi version we support. You'll also find our free embedded version or links to it on the Get It inside the IDE. If you want to try it directly from the IDE.
Yeah, I think the embedded version is very interesting as well, because I think what's really interesting about NexusDB is the way. I mean, I know there are some other database technologies that do a similar thing, that they split up into modularity for functionality, but yours does something quite interesting, which I don't think anybody else does. I could be wrong, which is you take the SQL engine and make that modular as well. So you know, you've got the database, and then you've got the actual SQL engine as a component that you can pick or choose whether you use it, which is what was the thinking behind that? Do you know? Or
well, it's to make the entire database engine core and client access and everything modular, so you can put together exactly the solution you want.
Right.
If you want table-based access only, then you don't need to include the SQL engine.
That's interesting. Yeah, I mean,
small for it.
Yeah, I'm fascinated. I thought it was a very novel thing, and I thought one of the final things that Jeff said at the end was about that someone in the UK had done a comparison, and I can say Oracle against Oracle, and you know, found that actually there was a significant sort of advantage to using NexusDB, and that was and I've seen that example as well, where there are some figures, facts and figures as well, if it's the one I'm thinking of, where they actually backed up their assertions with some real genuine data as well. So very interesting. Yeah. We did get some questions as we were going along. Let me just so one person was saying they couldn't quite understand what the costs were for use by me and my customers. Could you explain the costs and the licensing? I think Jeff did mention that it's royalty free. Is that right, or have I misunderstood?
That's right. Yes, you pay per developer to get NexusDB, and there's no royalty for distributing your server or anything like that. So.
Yeah, so it's pay once and then off you go. Yeah, and is it a subscription model, or is it a one-off price?
Yes, it'll be a yearly subscription.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, you know, I think that it's an open sort of understanding of what's going on, and that's the most important thing. Is that, you know, if they know they're going to pay X amount per year, people can gauge, you know, the cost of the system to them. I always find these ones where I know SQL Server does this. On MySQL, if you actually go and get the commercial version of MySQL, they price per, I think it's CPU and connection, CAL or something like that, client access license. And I remember having to price some system before, and nobody could give me a straight answer to what I was going to pay. I actually had a licensing specialist from Microsoft, and you know, I'm sure there are hundreds of them, and some are better than others. But this one that was their job, was to give me a price for what I was asking for. I had a server, I had a use case that had been worked out. We planned out how many clients there would be, and this was actually for a government system, actually, funny enough, years ago. Nobody could give me a price, and it was ridiculous. In the end, actually, they lost the deal. They went elsewhere because it was just so convoluted that you had to, how many people would connect at the same time? Which servers would you have it on? How many CPUs are you going to have? What maximum throughput would you have on the query? Like, how do I know? It's absolutely incredible. You know, it's I don't understand how people can price like that, and I do. You know, I know there are plenty that do it that way, but if yours is a relatively straightforward subscription, then that's fine. So that was Barton anyway. And actually, Barton also follows up and says, even MSQL cannot answer how to price Microsoft SQL for a client. Well, I can't say that. I can just only talk about my experience when I was working somewhere else, and I had the same problem. I have to call third parties for the info. Yeah, I think that's true. I think that your database is one that I particularly wanted you guys to come on, and actually you're doing a session tomorrow as well. Because I feel like we don't give it enough air sometimes. I think that it's a great system, and I think you know, a lot of people that do use Nexus DB think it's the best thing ever. You know, so I mean, that's kind of the best kind of compliment you can get is by a customer saying, "Yes, I'd like to use it, and it's great." You know, I think it's good.
Yeah, we do have a fair number of customers who's been with us ever since we started out 20 years ago. So I guess that says something about longevity.
Yeah, longevity, and also
use it.
Yeah, and the stability as well, because if your product was you know, unstable, it wouldn't have been around for 20 years, because that's how these things go by the wayside. I think, you know, it's voting by usage. One person said, T. Arnold, who's been with us all the time, in the demo, he said 1 second update on the timer is a little bit too efficient. I thought that was quite interesting. And the other thing that I thought was quite funny is that Jeff kept saying, Jill is not promiscuous, Fred is promiscuous. So I had to write down, because I think he was talking about, obviously, the connection, and the promiscuous in computer science is how often it attempts to communicate with other services. But it was quite a funny thing to say in a demo. Okay, all right. Well, we haven't got any like massively complicated questions. So it's what time is it there for you? It's like
it's 12:57. I quickly say there's one question here. This question about the data size limits.
Oh yes, I can bring that up. Actually, I saw that one. Where is it?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but I think we are talking about the petabyte range. So for practical purposes today, the limit is the size of your hard drive.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you may, what I think you're saying is there's a limit, but you'll be going some to get to that limit. I think that's that.
That's right.
Yeah. Does it do I should have read this before I asked this question, but does it do what's the word I'm looking for? Multiple servers that what do they call it? Like a backup server, you know, where you have one server can get the data, and then another one can actually receive a copy. So there's a failover type thing. If something goes wrong, you've got.
Yes, we don't have that built in directly, but it's possible to implement. We are working on new features that will include things like that. So, always working on new things.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, you know, that's the thing. And add Franco there. It says I can confirm the stability of Nexus DB for nearly 20 years now. So that's clearly a happy customer. You know, I mean, you're a technology partner, and you know, we do try and support our technology partners, and it is my job to actually, you know, interface with you guys and help you know, surface your talents, shall we say. We've got this ability to you know, run these webinars and things like that, and I think that every technology partner is definitely worth us trying to make sure that you get the exposure you do. A lot of people don't know this, but you guys have been communicating with me on Telegram as you worked out what your demos would be, because these demos were written specifically. The slides were written specifically for this demo. I've never dealt with anybody who is so engaged and so active as you three. I take my hats off to you. You guys are crazy as well. but really, honestly, I mean, Jeff is in Japan, and he said to me, "Oh, sorry, I couldn't get back to you. There was a typhoon, and now there's a tornado." I mean, if anybody,
well, we do enjoy what we are doing.
Yeah, well, me too. I mean, people say, "Oh, Ian, you're always working. You're always around." Well, I like what I do, so it's not like work. You know what they say? Find a job you love. You'll never work another day in your life, and it's completely true. I mean, it feels like work after 4 days of conference, but
Well, it would.
But yeah. It's. I mean, there's some questions about. Yeah, I mean, there's some questions comparing it to other databases. I think the best thing that they can do is go in and try it out for themselves and see what they have to say. Advantage DB, they're saying how fast it is or isn't. I know quite a lot about Advantage DB. It's a relatively good system. Try it. Download a copy and see what you think. The way to judge these things is better to try it out for yourself. As Ivan said, if they've been around for 20 years, if they were no good, they wouldn't be here anymore. There's plenty of people fall by the wayside because there's only so far you can get talking up a product until eventually it all collapses into pieces. And there's a few people with cryptocurrency, exchanges, legal cases right now who've discovered you can keep telling, untruths for a while until eventually it comes and bites you on the neck. So, yeah. What do third-party performance analyses say about Nexus DB versus main SQL database? I think they mean MySQL database. I don't know. Again, I think this is something that they probably need to go and try for themselves. It's not difficult. If it's SQL, then you can generate two systems and see what the performance is in your particular use case. The thing about SQL is you can get a very good system and then a bad DBMS that writes bad queries, and you can slow it down and make it horrible. And there's only so much vendors like yourselves can do to prevent that. So if you write something bad and then take it from one system to another, it's going to be bad. So what can you do? Okay. And Tiana said, great session with a lot of info. So well done. Appreciate you getting up so early and sticking around through it. I imagine you've got caffeine that's waiting to come and prop you up a little bit. It would be for me.
Going to need some now, yes. Thank you guys so much for having us.
Well, it's great. And there's like I say, there's another session tomorrow. Project Phoenix, turbocharging P4D for business applications. I think this is something that Jeff decided to do all of a sudden. So he's going to be doing some of our Python stuff. But I did say to Jeff before as well, and I think Thorsten, that I'd like to do another session on Nexus and show some more capabilities in action, actually demonstrate that. So hold me to that, and we'll communicate, I think, over Telegram or whatever, and we'll do it again and do something else, I think.
Certainly, we're happy to show off some more of the advanced stuff we can do. So
yeah, I mean, this is what Rad Studio is good for, is doing this kind of database thing. And we're not trying to narrow people down into one solution. I think it's horses for courses, and whatever solution works for them. And we're not trying to say, Embarcadero, not trying to say this is better than this is better than this. My job is to make every tech partner and technology partner see the light of day. And if you're a good product, you'll naturally thrive. And we just need people to know about you. So it's not difficult.
Yeah. So thank you for helping us spread the word.
Okay, no problem. All right. Well, thanks a lot. And I'll let you go back to bed if you're going to do that, or go and get some breakfast or something. Thanks.
Oh,
thanks a lot.
Now.
Yeah. Okay, no problem. Okay, so that is Nexus DB, and I really appreciate them coming there. They're all based in Australia and and like I say, currently in Japan as well, which is a little bit crazy. And so they're 12 hours difference from me, actually nearly 13 or 14, I think, which is a long way. And I always appreciate, our Australians coming on. My daughter always says, because my daughter's American, my wife's American, she always says, what do you get if you take an American wife and a British husband? What child do you get? And she says an Australian, because she thinks that American or Brits combined are Australian. So there you go. Anyway, joking apart, the next session is an AI session. And this is an exciting session, I believe. We will put the QR codes up for various things up here as well, and the ticker across the bottom. If you're watching this on YouTube, can you click the like button, particularly during this session, and click on the little bell that appears in the corner so that you get notified of various updates. Stable Diffusion. Eli is an expert in this AI stuff, and he's going to do an open source cross-platform desktop client using Stable Diffusion, and he said he'll be around for the live Q&A as well. So stick around. We'll see you later.
Welcome to this session, Stable Diffusion Open Source Cross-Platform Desktop Client. I am Eli M. with fmxexpress.com. I've been a developer for over 26 years, delivered content and technology that has reached over 250 million people worldwide, including 4 million developers. I'm also the webmaster of fmxexpress.com. Welcome to Coding Bootcamp 2023, or if you are on the replay, be sure to watch all the other sessions. And I hope you're enjoying the other sessions at the Coding Bootcamp. Our agenda today: what is generative AI? What is Stable Diffusion? What is the Stable Diffusion desktop client? What are some of the features of the desktop client, including upscaling and the Rad Studio IDE integration? What is Replicate.com? Where can I get a Replicate.com API key? Stable Diffusion models hosted on Replicate.com. How you can run Stable Diffusion models, Stable Diffusion 1.5 and SDXL on Replicate.com, and how you can run the Stable Diffusion models locally using your own GPU. What about text to video and sketch to image options, and then finally the link roundup for the session. So let's jump right in. So what is generative AI? Generative AI is a technology that allows users to generate new content from various inputs like texts, images, sounds, animations, and 3D models. The training works through neural networks, and it utilizes unsupervised and semi-supervised learning. There are text-based applications like natural language processing, chatbots, code generation, language translation, and more. There's also image-based applications, which is what this session is about. Image generation from text, image modification through image-to-image generation, and image modification through in-painting using a mask to only modify a certain area, and out-painting, which is expanding an image using AI. Some examples of these are Stable Diffusion, SDXL, DALL-E, Midjourney, and ChatGPT. So what is Stable Diffusion? Stable Diffusion is an advanced text-to-image deep learning model developed in 2022. It uses diffusion techniques to generate detailed images based on text descriptions. Unlike proprietary AI models such as DALL-E, Stable Diffusion's code and model weights are publicly available, making it accessible to those with suitable consumer hardware. It works by iteratively denoising random noise guided by a text encoder. It can generate new AI images from scratch using a text prompt. It can modify existing images to include new elements described by a text prompt. Supports in-painting, out-painting, and guided image synthesis. So what is the Stable Diffusion desktop client? It is an open source Delphi FireMonkey client for Windows, Mac OS, and Linux that integrates the Replicate API for generating AI images using a wide variety of Stable Diffusion models. And so it has support for text to image, and upscaling. And so here's two screenshots from the desktop client. And so what are some of the features of the desktop client? So it's open source and cross-platform, so those two are pretty big ones. It has fast rendering via Skia for Delphi. Skia is a rendering engine that is also used by Chrome, I believe, and maybe even Flutter, though I think Flutter is moving away from it. The desktop client supports infinite scrolling image feed, and that's limited by however much RAM your machine has. You can do multiple image feeds for easy organization. So you have multiple parallel image feeds that you can switch back and forth between. And so there's over 30 different diffusion models built into the client, and then you can easily add your own models from replicate.com. All you got to do is go grab a version ID and plug it into the client. It has built-in image upscaling and face fixing using 7 different upscaling models, and those are also operated via the replicate.com API. You can also copy image as a T-image component and paste it directly into the RAD Studio IDE. So this is for FireMonkey applications. You can copy a T-image and paste it in the IDE, and we'll show you how to do that a little bit later. So what about upscaling? So it supports upscaling, and so Replicate hosts a number of models for upscaling like Real ESRGAN, GFPGAN, CodeFormer, and others. The images within the desktop client can easily be upscaled from within the client. So as you can see here, there's a little menu. Just right-click below the image on one of the buttons, and you can select from any of the different upscaling options. And so what about the IDE integration for RAD Studio? So there's one of the buttons underneath each image in the feed is you can copy as a T-image component. And so you can click that, and then you can paste the image directly into the Delphi or RAD Studio IDE, which increases productivity because you don't have to go find the image, save the image, all that stuff. You just copy it and paste it directly into the IDE. And so it does that because when you do a copy on you can create a text-based format through code of a T-image component, and so then when you go paste it, the IDE knows what to do with that, and it's able to handle that and take it into the IDE. So what is replicate.com? Machine learning doesn't have to be hard. You can run models in the cloud at scale, and so they have lots of different diffusion models, as we already talked about. They have stable diffusion, anything version 3, anything version 4. They have Kadinsky 2.2. They have SDXL, which is the latest release from Stable Diffusion, and then they also have the upscalers and all kinds of other stuff. They have the chat support through Llama 2, Vicuna, all that kind of stuff. So lots of thousands of different models really, and we're focused on the image-based ones and the upscaling in this session. So where can I get the replicate.com API key? So it's at replicate.com/account/API-tokens, and you can go generate a key, and that's what you need to plug into the Stable Diffusion desktop client in order to be able to use it. So the Stable Diffusion models are hosted on replicate.com. So there's multiple Stable Diffusion models, and they're available via an API, but they're also available via a Docker container. And image generation quality is improving through various community models. So all these models, or a lot of these models, are kind of community-based. So the community has gone and retrained or create additions to Stable Diffusion, and that's what all these new models are. And so Replicate provides an easy way to access all of the different models. And so they have the GPU cloud that you can run the models on, and so that's really helpful when you want to run them in parallel. You want to run 10 different images at the same time, then that's when you kind of need the Replicate GPU cloud to do that. Because otherwise, if you just had your local GPU, you'd only be able to run one image at a time, as far as I know. So here's some examples of the models that are available in the Stable Diffusion desktop client: the SDXL, the Stable Diffusion 1.5, Dream Shaper, Kadinsky, Deep Floyd, Open Journey, Analog Diffusion, Portrait Plus, Elden Ring Diffusion, anything, Waifu has DX, Deliberate, Wavy Fusion, RPG, Realistic Vision, Cyber Realistic, Edge of Realism, and all a bunch of different ones. And so you can run Stable Diffusion on Replicate, and so they have some examples on how you can easily do that, and their examples use curl, so you can just translate those curl examples into Delphi if you need to. And so here's an example of that. You pass in the version, you pass in the input with a prompt, and then you pass in the token and the Replicate API key. And then you kind of get this response. And so how Replicate works is you have one API call to make the request for the image, and then it gives you back an ID. And so you can see the ID here. And so then you take that ID and you just pull Replicate, and you ask them over and over, hey, is this image done? Is this image done? That's one way to do it. They also support webhooks, but with a desktop client, you're really not able to use that. And so the Stable Diffusion models can also be hosted locally. So if you want to generate images using your own GPU, you can do that. So you can do that via Docker, and so the desktop client could be connected to your local instance via the same API calls, or you could even connect it to Automatic 111's Stable Diffusion Web UI API. So here's an example of that Docker call. You would just run this Docker call, and then you would be able to make this request and get back a response. And so what about text to video and sketch to image? So Replicate has a bunch of different models. Two of the other models are text to video, and one of them is ControlNet Scribble, so you can also use that. And so there's two different desktop clients that I built that also handle that. There's one called text to video, and then there's one called the ControlNet Scribble sketch to image. So both of those are also built in FireMonkey using Delphi, and they're both cross-platform as well, though I think that the text to video one probably would only work on Windows because it uses the video control. Actually, I think it uses the web browser, but it uses Edge anyway. And so those are separate from the Stable Diffusion desktop client, but they're other clients that I've built. And so here's the link roundup for the Stable Diffusion desktop client. We have the Stable Diffusion desktop client link, which is on GitHub, so that's fmxexpress.com, Stable Diffusion desktop client. Then we have the links to the text to video desktop client there, and with the sketch to image desktop client. Then we have the link to replicate.com. We have the link to the Replicate API, so that's their documentation, so that's for the HTTP, and so you can just go translate those from curl to Delphi. It's pretty easy. And then so here's some other FMX Express API or AI repos that I did, and then finally here is the link to Rad Studio. You can download it in the free trial if you don't have it or the latest version. And so then here are some other AI integrations that I did. So there's one, and these are all open source too. There's one for translating languages. There's the Stable Diffusion client, the ControlNet client that we talked about, the text to video client we talked about. There's also one for writing songs, and that uses it integrates with ChatGPT and Replicate.com's language models like Vicuna and Llama 2. So there's also the AI Playground. So that client is similar. It connects to the large language models on Replicate and on OpenAI. There's an AI code translator and an auto blog tool where you can it'll generate an outline and then it will generate the text from each of the outline segments. There's a text to vector, which I think is I forget the name of it, but it's called Illuminate or something like that. So you can give it a prompt and it will give you back a vector image like an SVG. And then there's some other ones that I originally built, so that those will generate a prompt for you. So you can easily automatically generate a prompt from a bunch of different selection boxes. And then finally, there's a Dream Booth desktop client, which allows you to take images of someone or yourself and create a model, like retrain the Stable Diffusion models to generate images of yourself from out of Stable Diffusion, and that also uses Replicate.com. Okay, so now we've gone through the slideshow. Let's jump into the Delphi IDE and walk through the client a little bit. So I'm going to compile it here. Okay, so here is the client. We've got our scroll, our infinite scroll right here. We have the different, you can create a new session, and so you can have them running side by side. And then let's walk through these buttons. So I have a delete button up here. Let's see, I have a edit prompt. So edit prompt copies the prompt from here, down here at the bottom below the image, back into this box. And then copy prompt would copy that prompt into the clipboard, which is what that is. We've got copy as bitmap. So what that would do is copy this image into your clipboard, and then you could go paste it into your image program or whatever you wanted to do with it. We have copy as t-image component. That's the one I talked about in the slideshow. So we can actually click that now, and I could switch over the other IDE I have open, and I could go here and I could go paste. Actually, so paste didn't work, but I used the keyboard to do Control-V, and that pasted it in there. So let's switch back to this one. Okay, So let's see. So we also have upscaling. So you can click upscaling and it's going to fire off the main upscaler, or you can right click on it and then you can pick from any of these other ones. So I'm going to pick Code Former, and we'll see what it does. So that went and it launched an API call to replicate.com, and it said, hey, take this image and upscale it. And so now it's sitting here. I think when I mouse over this, we can see the ID of the image or the process on replicate.com. And so now it's completed. It went and upscaled that image. So you can see here's the image here with just, it says at the top, the Stable Diffusion 1.5. And then you can see this one is the Stable Diffusion 1.5 with CodeFormer Face Fix applied to it. And then we also have image to image. So this will actually copy if we had selected a image to image version like this, we could click the image to image and it would copy that URL over here, and then it would use that image in the next iteration. So we're going to delete that for now. And so we can click through some of these other ones. We're going to go over here and we're going to click Realistic Vision 5.1. We're going to do generate. And so this right here is a frame, and so each time you click generate, it loads up a new frame into a horizontal vertical scroll box. So here's some other ones. Here's Kodinsky 2.2. So you can control the size and the height. And so all the other settings of Stable Diffusion are available, but I really only have these few settings set up in the client, so it makes it easier to use. But you can pass all those different settings via JSON, which we'll look at a little bit later. So there, again, it has image-to-image support, and so you can load up. Let's load up this image, see what we can do with it. And we're going to do generate. So this sent out an image-to-image call to the Realistic Vision version 2, and I'm not sure if this one's warm or not. So on replicate.com, there's models that are warm and models that are cold. And models that are cold take longer to spin up than models that are warm, because they have to load in the memory and that kind of stuff, because it's a GPU cloud. So that's kind of how that works. Looks like this one might be taking a while because normally people aren't running this model, and so it has to load it up from scratch. Let's see if I can pick one, maybe this one, where we can do an image to image and it's loaded up. All right, so that completed. So there was an image to image using Realistic Vision version 2, and based on the image that we copied into there, which was that image. So you can edit the prompt here, the text prompt. You can edit a negative prompt. You can change the strength of the image here, and then again the height and the width for image to image as well. So it looks like this one failed. This one failed, and so it comes back and it'll say failed on that when for whatever reason, maybe it ran out of memory, maybe it couldn't load it, maybe that model isn't available anymore, and any possible reason why it might have failed. And then you enter in the API key up here, and so you can also load an image. You can put a URL, or you can open up a dialog and load the image that way. Okay, so let's drop into the IDE and look at how it's built a little bit. So we have our tvert scroll box here, and then on this side we have a multi-view, and all these controls over here are in the multi-view. So then the model drop down here is connected to this TFD mem table. So if you want to add models, you just right click in the IDE on the version MT component or control, and then you can edit data set. And so if we make this a little bit bigger, we can see it. So you can see here's the data set, here's the list of models, and here's the version. And this version ID is from Replicate. So you just paste that in there from Replicate, and when it goes to make the call, it will. Okay, so let's check out some of the other things. So if we go over here to the card, so this is a T frame, and so each item that gets added to the feed is basically one of these frames. And so inside this frame we have some REST components, we have the progress dialog, and we have net HTTP client. And let's just walk through some of this code. We have all of our users at the top. we have our save control. So this converts the control into the T image and then copies it to the string to be placed into the clipboard. We have an MD5 function. We have the delete card function. We have a download button. We have the upscaling. So this is for ESR it's a menu item. And then here's one for code former. We have upscale image, which saves it and then it sends it out to the main form. We have this menu item. So I guess the default one is code former, and it uses this code former one. So we have the copy bitmap button, which copies the feed image into the clipboard. We have the copy image button, which uses that save control function to get the text of the control and then copies it into the clipboard. We have copy prompt, which sets it to the clipboard. We have upscale GFP GAN, and then real ESR GAN. This upscaler, here's it sending the image to the image-to-image box, the SWIN2SR, SWIN-IR, and then here's so when it makes the first call and it gets the ID, then it sets off this timer. And so this timer sits here and just resends a call every few seconds or every second or so to see if the image is done. And so if it is done, then it creates a task and it goes and downloads the image and loads it up into the stream and loads it up into the image. And then it cleans itself up, sets the taskbar to visible false, cleans everything else up. Or if there was no image or it failed, if it failed, it turns itself off. If there was no image yet, then it continues setting the progress bar and moves forward. So we can also walk through the applications code here. So here is the delete card. So that comes from the frame, and it runs this task, and it removes the card from the scroll box. So this is restore. Restore is a function that gets run to load up all of the feeds. When you start the application, it loads up all of the images as new controls into the horizontal scroll box. And so this is the code that creates each of those images in the scroll box. So here is prediction from image stream. So this goes out and does the upscale. So we've got our REST request here. And I have a lot of the REST request controls over here in a data module. And I've tried to put all of the stuff into tasks so that the UI is responsive. So then we have to synchronize when we do a change to the drawing, we have to synchronize that, so that's what this code does, and it creates that new image that came back. Let's see, here's the button that sets the T-edit for the API key, visible and invisible. We have an app idle event, so as soon as the app, when you load up the app, as soon as it goes into idle, it runs this event. And this is where it loads the session, your last session that you were set up on. Here is the generate button. So it checks to see if you have an API key. If you don't, it kicks you out. And so then here's a task. So to keep that generate button responsive, it sets it to disabled, and then it runs this task. And when this task is complete, then it will enable the button again. But it sets up, it takes your token from the API key, it sets it into the REST request. If it's image to image, it runs it this way, and so it takes this JSON and it fills out all of these macro variables here and replaces them with the data into the JSON. This is one way to do it. You could build the JSON too from scratch if you like to do it that way. And then we keep moving down. So this is all the image to image one. Otherwise, if it's not image to image, then it just runs this one. and finally executes it and looks for that ID. The response from the REST request comes back into this FTMem table, and it checks for the ID. Once it's found that ID, then it grabs that and it creates the box to put the image in using the frame. And then, and if it wasn't valid, then that does the synchronize and sets that message and then brings the generate button back. There's an enhance button which goes on replicate, and it will take your text prompt and give you a better text prompt. It will expand your text prompt. Maybe it will generate a better image with that text prompt. There's a timer that watches to see when that enhance, because that's just another model. The enhance button just goes and runs another model that does that on replicate. And so this timer checks to see when that is complete, and then fills out the text prompt with the output. Here's where we save out the session before we close the form. Here's the form create where we load the sessions. And let's see, and we set up the on idle event. Here's a new session. So that what this does is it saves the previous data set. This is all use FireDAC. Saves the previous data set out, and then it loads up the new data set. And it's all in a FireDAC file that's saved in your My Documents path. Here's a new session. So it asks, this is using the FireMonkey dialog service, which is one way that makes it cross-platform. And it does this input query, hey, what do you want to name your new session? And then it handles the response, and it creates a new session with that. There's the open button, which this allows you to select that image for image to image, and that uses T-Open dialog control to do that. And then here's the scrolling. I think this is leftover code from another thing I had at the top of this project. So here we go. So we got session change. This is changing from one session to another. So that loads up the images and deletes the images from the previous session using delete all children. And then you can update the strength for the image to image. And finally, this is a code on the vertical scroll box to change it between image to image or not. So it hides the image to image field if you're not an image to image model. So one other thing I want to show here, so I guess we could walk through the data module. So this is the data module, which has a lot of the REST controls that I use on it. And so we can walk through that. I don't think there's much code in here. We have memory stream to base64. So when you want to upload an image that's not hosted at a URL, it has to do it via base64. So this function converts an image, or actually a T memory stream, into base64, and it sets up this, and then that's what it uploads to replicate to make that happen. And then this one does it from a file versus a memory stream. So that's the data module. And then one other thing that I use a lot is the REST debugger. So I already have a REST debugger open here, and so we're going to look at the replicate call for the prediction. So here's the prediction here. We have a post method, and then we have the URL. This is the URL to request a prediction. We want it to be application type JSON for that post content type. And then here is the content that we're going to post up. We're going to do this JSON. We have version, and this version is Stable Diffusion 1.5. And then here's the input, and then it says prompt a horse. So draw a horse for me, and so I can send that request. And then this is the response. Here's the ID. Here's the ID, the version that was sent, what prompt we sent, and it says status starting. So it's going to start going for that, start generating that image once the GPU is available. And then you can also go over here and see it in tabular data. So this is a TFTMem table, and so you can see this is how it would parse out if you were to take this and use it in the IDE. So my favorite button here is the copy components. So what that does is it copies all of these components, including the FTMem table and the whole pipeline, into your clipboard, and then you can go over into the IDE, and we're going to do paste. And so here's all those components already set up to do that query and load it up into an ftmem table at the end. So we have TREST client. Here is the base URL. And then we have REST request 1. And so this is already set up with my API key. I've got that configured in the parameters here. And so I can go here in the IDE even, and I can do execute, and it will fill up the FDMM table. This is all at design time. So then I can edit the data set, and here's the exact same data already available at design time that I can then live bind or whatever else I want to do with it. I can see all the fields that are going to load up and all that stuff. So that's a nice feature of the REST debugger. I use that all the time, every day. Let's see. So that is the Stable Diffusion desktop client. It's going to load up. I didn't really want debug mode, but here we go. Okay, so that's the client, and so I'm going to close that down and load back up the slideshow. So that's pretty much our session. Thank you for watching. Thank you for coming to this session. I hope you enjoyed it, and I hope you...
we cut him off just a little bit at the end there. The good news is Eli is around in the studio to talk live. He's obviously in hiding, so he doesn't like to show his face. But he is there. You are a voice in the ether, aren't you? You are there.
Hopefully my mic is working today. It looks like it is.
Yes, it is. Yeah, I can hear you loud and clear. Yeah, Eli and I work together quite a lot, so I was hoping that his microphone would work. I pinned. I mean, I'm sure you saw them because you've been hanging out in the chat as well. But you've got your own fan club. Gabe said, "Yay, Eli!" So I don't know whether they get pom poms and do cheerleading, but it's nice to know that you're popular. And Gabe also said, "Wow" as well. So I think quite a few people said that. And in fact, Gabe also said when I mentioned that that image behind us there was done with AI, that he said, "Wow, it's incredible." We did have graphic design, we've got a team of professional graphic designers, and they do the emails and all the other things that go out, and they did build on top of what we got from the AI. What wasn't entirely generated by AI, but the initial prompt for what the designers did was from the AI, I believe. That's correct, isn't it? Because you had a lot to do with that.
Yeah, yeah, pretty much. I mean, I wrote the prompts and we generated stuff. So really, what in order that workflow is, we generated a whole bunch of them, and then we get on a meeting. We're like, hey, which of these look good? And then we kind of distill down to the best ones, and that's kind of how we pick what we use.
Yeah, and it was actually, I think it was really speeded the process through as well, because in the meeting, and this is not revealing anything too confidential, but in the meeting there was a number of different types generated. You would manipulate the prompt, because this is what you're expert at, to get that AI prompt to produce something. And then we'd say, well, I don't like that one. It looks too much like, I don't know, some rocket horse or something. Oh, I don't like that one. It looks too aggressive or didn't look coding enough. And you tweaked it until we hit on a bunch of images that collectively we liked. And it was actually a very refreshing approach to iterating through a bunch of designs. It did it very quickly, I think. It was good, and to then see you demonstrating code as well and how you can do it in code was it was good. Tiarnod, who is like a frequent flyer with us at the moment this week, was saying, yeah, he was thinking if he made a commercially available app. Okay.
He would like to make a commercially available app. So I mean, it's interesting. So I actually work on a project. One of my projects, one of my other clients, is we have a photo AI generator application on the App Store, and we use replicate.com commercially for that. I mean, we've done over 10,000 dream boosts and millions of images using replicate.com. So I highly recommend replicate.com. I mean, we work with some other stuff too. I mean, I have a GPU here in my office. I don't even turn the machine on because it's just so much easier to use the API. You use it for 5 seconds, 10 seconds, you generate your image, and then you're done. And so, I mean, I could turn my GPU here on in the office, and then I'd be paying the electricity fee for the GPU. And so that's kind of why I don't bother.
Yeah, I mean,
you're going to be paying at some point. You're going to pay for the API, or you're going to pay for this electricity in your house. So, yeah, I mean, and then really for scale,
it depends what you're using. It depends what you're using. As I said earlier on in a different session, I was doing some stuff with some servers, and I had a big problem with a particular customer, and I knew what I needed to do with this SQL query, this SQL query, but I thought, you know what, let's ask Bing. You know, it's in my browser, it's free, so I knew what to ask, which helped, and I understand what prompt would probably elicit an answer that was useful. It's not an image, it's, you know, any SQL code. And I asked it to answer a specific question about the data set I was using, and it did it. I tweaked it a little bit, but hardly at all. And it saved me, I estimate, at least an hour of time. And it's the same with these graphics. You know, you're producing things here where people say, well, I could have got my designer to do that. Maybe. But how long would it take your designer to start off with a bunch of images like we had in our meeting, where we had 5 or 6 iterations within, you know, a minute, where we said, oh, I don't like that one. That one's great. And you said, okay, well, we'll now produce some variations. This is the future. I know people might feel a little bit uncomfortable about that, but as you've said multiple times, because you're kind of like our in-house AI evangelist nowadays, it's about enhancing your skills and helping augment what you can do in your daily work. It's not about replacing you. You know, and I think
right. I mean, back to your SQL example, I do the same thing. So I have like 2 different tables, and I have to merge some data or move some data between the 2, and that's kind of a tricky thing to figure out in SQL. But I can go ask ChatGPT, and it literally has a response in 30 seconds, and I go run the query, and I'm done. Versus me struggling with Stack Overflow or whatever it is, takes me an hour to figure that out, test it 50 times, and finally get it working. I mean, ChatGPT, it knows it can read that, and it can put together the words to say, hey, this is what the SQL query should work. Now, does it always work? No. I mean, maybe 1 out of 10 times the query that they put together, it didn't really work out. I mean, it was easier for me to go write it in a different language than it was to write it in SQL, and so that didn't work out. But that wasn't the question that I asked it, so it wasn't it wasn't trying to figure that out. It was just telling me what I asked it to do. And so that
was fun. And it's funny you should say that. I noted down during a previous session as well that, and it was I think it was Marco actually, Marco Heiser, whose session we were all watching, going, "Wow, this is great!" It was an add-in into Rad Studio, but he actually asked it a question incorrectly because of presumably an English language slip up. He speaks excellent English, way better than anything I could ever approach in Dutch. But he said, I want it to write an ASQL. And a native English speaker wouldn't ask that. They would say, write me some SQL or write an SQL query. But he actually said, write ASQL. And the ChatGPT understood what he really meant and compensated for that and gave him the right answer. And that's the weird thing.
The reason why they're able to do that is because it doesn't really use words. It uses tokens. So if you have a token, if you have a string of characters that it doesn't know what that means, it actually breaks that up automatically into separate tokens. So it would have dropped the A from the SQL, and that's kind of how it figures out what's actually going on.
Yeah, I mean, how it works is clever, but I just thought it was a very interesting thing there, where many search engines probably wouldn't have got that right if you put speech marks around it, for example, or something like that, to go, oh, I want to narrow this search engine in. If I was Google, I'd be very worried. I know they've got Bard that they're trying to jump on the bandwagon with, but it's in the browser. There's your Bing thing, and I personally didn't used to use Bing as a search engine. Google is very, very good at it, and that's why they've been so successful. But their integration with OpenAI, where they pumped a load of money into it, Microsoft, I think was a very smart move, and it really does make a difference. It's way faster than searching. ask it a question, it'll do the searching for you, but I don't know whether that's true, but it comes up with an answer much faster than, as you said, going through, as Google says, I found 1 million answers, I found 1 million results. It tries to put the best results at the top, but even so, you as a human have to go through that search list and pick the ones that look okay and aren't spammy or ads or something like that. Whereas if you ask ChatGPT or the Bing thing, it gives you a very specific search result or answer that it's made up from its large language modeling and all that kind of stuff. And it's the future, like it or not. That you can see how this is going to really take off, and has already taken off this year. And I think your demo was very interesting. That there were people literally going, "Wow, I love that." The upscaling the images and that, really great stuff. So. Yeah.
Right. And so what's interesting about this, I mean, we're talking to developers here in this stream. And so replicate.com and OpenAI, the APIs, this allows you to build all the stuff that Bing is running, that Google is running. I mean, it has the language models, you can run them and you can use them commercially, because replicate.com, they're running the GPU cloud that you can make the request using the large language model. You can make the request using Stable Diffusion, whatever it is, and you can actually scale it on their cloud. I don't know how many GPUs they have, but they have a lot. And I only have one. I only have one. So I mean, if you want to scale that replicate, I really just, I don't know how many good things I can say about replicate.com, but I just really feel like their model is a really good model to follow, because not only can you run it on their cloud, but you can download the model as a Docker and run it locally too. So say you tune this thing, you're like, oh, this thing really works, this large language model, Llama 2, whatever, it's really producing what I need to produce, but I want to ship it locally to my customers so they can run it on-prem. And you can do that. You can download the large language model using the Docker thing, and your local application can go to the local GPU using the Docker thing and generate whatever it is, the image, the text, whatever it is. And really, that's the power for me of replicate.com, is that you can do both. Like, it kind of gives you everything you would want to do on both ends. You can do on-prem if you want. You can do it using their GPU cloud, and you leave it up to your customer where they want to run the code. I mean, there's other solutions too. There's RunPod, which RunPod, you just rent a GPU by the hour. I mean, I guess Amazon also provides that in Google Cloud. I like RunPod. It seems like their price.
You can be sure Amazon will be on it like a shot.
But
yeah,
the way you do it with RunPod is that you rent the GPU, and so now you're paying whatever $114 an hour for an L40 GPU, and so you can run an API on that GPU, but you have to build your own queue. So you send one image at a time for the GPU to render it, and then when that's done, then you send another one. So really, with RunPod, you're building the queue, and then with Replicate, they have the queue. And so I didn't really show in the session, but on Replicate, you can go in and investigate every single API call that was effective and actually worked, and you didn't send bogus JSON or something. So anyway, you can watch those API calls. You can watch it render it in real time and see the logs coming out of that API. So you can see, did this Stable Diffusion thing break for whatever reason, or how long, when is it going to be done, and all that stuff. So it really provides you really good insight and debugging, just everything. I can't say enough good things about it. I mean, we just use it. We use it all the time for our commercial application.
Yeah, I mean, as I said before, you are kind of our in-house evangelist for this. But the thing is, your arguments are very compelling, and I actually agree with them. So I think you and I are on the same page about a lot of this. And by the way, anybody that's watching, this is Eli Site, FMX Express, fantastic resource for Delphi programmers and Rad Studio programmers. Go there and you will be overwhelmed, a tsunami of all sorts of examples and things like that, and it's a great resource for everybody. And if you want to see this session again, then if you haven't registered, go to this and register and make sure you do, because then you'll get all of your the replays automatically. And we can also make sure that we put this in here. Oh yes, if you prefer not to type that in, then you can do that up there. See, I'm getting very good at pointing at this sign now. Someone scanned the code, so someone's going to FMX Express from the QR code. Well, brilliant stuff. We're probably going to call it a day there, otherwise Martha will start getting upset with us. But a great session. So Yes, Martha, in answer to that question. Thanks a lot, Eli. Appreciate you coming along. And this time we managed to do it without encroaching on your time.
Right. So there's two questions I can answer real quick.
Oh,
one of them
go ahead.
about,
Yeah, we've got time.
one question is
I
about
mean, no rush.
copyright. I'm not a lawyer. I can't advise you on copyright, whatever. All I know is that the copyright office or whatever, I don't know that they can make this distinction, but they came out and said that text that's generated or stuff that's created by AI is not copyrightable. So take that with what you will. There's already lawsuits flying all over the place.
Of course.
It's kind of back to how Napster and MP3 sharing and all that stuff. So I can't really help you with that. You got to consult your own lawyer and take your own risks. Good luck. So that's the first one. The second question is, can it generate component images? You can use Stable Diffusion to generate component images. I would say you probably can. I mean, there's people that are generating because a style sheet is just this bitmap that's a bunch of stuff on the bitmap, you could probably train it with those and it would probably generate unlimited styles if you wanted to do that. I've seen people doing that with, they do like a cutout. So it'll be like a car and it breaks out all the pieces of the car onto this flat kind of background image. So it is able to do those kind of things. And you can also ask it to create screenshots of video games that the screenshot doesn't exist. Like you can say, create a screenshot from Warcraft 2 and it will make this image from Warcraft 2, but that image does not exist. Like that video game was never played. You can ask it to create images of Delphi IDE and it will create IDE images. But of course the resolution isn't really, I mean, it's not screen resolution, right? So it doesn't really look correct, but it looks like IDE. So, I mean, yes, it can do that stuff. What it can't really do very well is text. I did a lot of research into generating text using Stable Diffusion, and it really was not there yet when we were doing that. I don't know that it's there yet now. There's some solutions out there using ControlNet and stuff like that where you maybe can do text, but you really can't generate text yet as far as I know.
Yeah. And in fact, I've used it, Stable Diffusion and another engine, and I can't for the life of me remember what it was, to produce some icons for something just recently. And one of the icons needed some text in, and we gave up and did it manually. In the end, we got the icon and then added the text on top for this. It was a big icon. It wasn't like a tiny little one, but yeah. And Tianod says he wants your disclaimer about legality. He wants that in written text. He thinks you're too smart to have said it orally. Well, I think on behalf of Embarcadero, I'd say we cannot promise that it's legal. You should take your own advice. I think that would be the way we would do these things. Ask the AI. You never know. Maybe they've got an answer for it.
I mean, even on Replicate, there's one model on there that like generates a T-shirt graphic. So you go in there, say, what do you want? And so it does kind of the vectorish look of a T-shirt graphic. And I'm pretty sure that the person that put that model up on Replicate, they're using it to sell T-shirts with those graphics on it. I mean, I don't know what site that is, but that's what they're doing with it.
It's crazy, isn't it? And I personally, I'm quite excited about it. Like I say, I've been in the industry since the very early 80s, like 80 something. And I've seen all sorts of big events happen in the computing industry, gone from the days of having dumb terminals. My father was a director of ICL, which later became Fujitsu. So I saw the old mainframes and very early machines, and then progressed through all sorts of big events like the advent of the PC, the advent of windowed UI and stuff like that. And right now feels like we are at a tipping point where something big is happening, and it's going to change the IT industry, but all sorts of industries will be touched by this. And you can resist it as much as you like. You can say you don't like it, but it's tough because it's going to happen anyway, because it's now reached the point where it's just too much weight behind it for it to stop, in my opinion. And I personally think it's a good thing. So there you go. Okay, I think we've covered everything. So if people can register, that's great. Thanks a lot, Eli. And I think you're done now, aren't you? That's all of your sessions for the week, I think.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah, good. Okay, well, there you go. Good luck to you. I unfortunately have just picked up a new session on top of the other session that I need to get ready as well. So, hey ho. Okay, well, we want to thank everybody for coming along and joining in. We appreciate it. A lot of effort goes into this, and I always say this. I may be the face on the screen that's talking to you and doing all the interviews and all the rest of it, but I'm actually a very small part of it. It's not a lot of effort for me to sit here, watch what people say, and then talk. There are many people behind the scenes at Embarcadero and other organizations as well that contribute towards this. Our speakers as well that come and help. Martha, the producer, who honestly I think doesn't sleep for a week when we have these things because she works so hard. It's amazing. I admire every single person, the advertising people and the email people who I will probably call out and name tomorrow as well, just to say, mention them because, I think credit where credit's due. Like I say, it's a big event, dozens of hours, and it's a lot of effort into it. We're going to, and also I think my voice is going, so it's probably just as well we're done this week. We are back tomorrow with a number of different sessions again. We're going to probably change the lineup of our sessions tomorrow, depending on what happens, because there was one session that didn't look like it fit into what we wanted to do, so we're going to drop that session and do a different one that'll be along the same lines. But we've got a full day of 7 sessions, so join us tomorrow. We're going to play you out with a video by my predecessor, Jim McKeith, and it's our Code Monkey session. But please stick around, make sure you register if you haven't already, and I'll see you tomorrow. And over to Code Monkey. Thanks a lot, everybody. Bye-bye.
I've loved how readable the Object Pascal programming language is. I decided it would be cool to make a program where the code was the codified lyrics to a song, and then the output was the actual lyrics to the song. So much like Walt Disney created Fantasia based on classical music, I've created a special musical number based on the music of Jonathan Coulton.
Code Monkey, get up, get coffee. Code Monkey, go to job. Code Monkey, have boring meeting with boring manager Rob. Rob say Code Monkey very diligent, but his output stink. His code not functional or elegant. What do Code Monkey think? Code Monkey think maybe manager wanna write login page himself. Code Monkey not say it out loud. Code Monkey not crazy, just proud. Code Monkey likes Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man with big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey hang around at front desk till your sweater look nice. Code Monkey offer buy you soda, bring you cup, bring you ice. You say no thank you for the soda, cause soda make you fat. Anyway, you busy with the telephone, no time for chat. Code Monkey have long walk back to cubicle. He sit down, pretend to work. Code Monkey not thinking so straight. Code Monkey not feeling so great. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey very simple man, big warm fuzzy secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. A lot. Code Monkey have every reason to get out this place. Code Monkey just keep on working, see your soft pretty face. Much rather wake up, eat a coffee cake, take bath, take nap. This job fulfilling in creative way, such a load of crap. Code Monkey thinks someday he have everything, even pretty girl like you. Code Monkey just for now. Code Monkey says someday, somehow. Code Monkey like Fritos. Code Monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew. Code Monkey, very simple man. Big, warm, fuzzy, secret heart. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey like you. Code Monkey, get up, get coffee.
This is actual Object Pascal code and was recorded in real time. You can compile it with Delphi or App Method and run it on Windows, OS X, Android, and iOS. The output is the original lyrics to the song. The code will actually work as a console application as well, and so in theory could work on other platforms like Linux, etc. Just in order to make it shared code, I made it a GUI application. I hope you've enjoyed this special musical number, and my thanks to Jonathan Colton for making and sharing this great song. You can download all my source code for this song on my website at delphi.org/codemonkey. From there you will find links to download Jonathan Colton's song as well.